Chapter 267. Ling Xiao doesn't understand pharmacology at all. I think you should start from the most basic pharmacology, fire control technique, basic alchemy technique, and basic alchemy technique. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Novel La. Lan Yu didn't refuse the request of Old Hall Master Yang, but she also put forward some suggestions. It was because Old Hall Master Yang was kind to her, and she also needed a male disciple to handle some physical work. Of course, more importantly, Lan Yu had a little interest in Ling Xiao. She really wanted to see what kind of skills this genius, who was praised by Old Hall Master Yang like a flower, had. Well, Ling Xiao, you will learn from Lan Yu for the time being. When the foundation is almost there, I will teach you more advanced alchemy and alchemy techniques. After saying that, Old Hall Master Yang turned around and left. He really didn't worry about Lan Yu. That's great, Ling Xiao. We can cultivate together again in the future, Dai Yuling said heartlessly. What are you happy about? Have you understood everything I taught you? Lan Yu looked at Dai Yuling and said. Dai Yuling stuck out her tongue and hurriedly turned around to get busy. You come with me. After that, Lan Yu took Ling Xiao to the medicine hall's library. There were no martial arts secret books here, but there were a lot of alchemy and alchemy books. Good heavens, along the way, Lan Yu's chance of attracting attention was 100%. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, as long as Lan Yu walked past, there would be people turning their heads. Some were appreciative, but most of them were infatuated. But when they saw Ling Xiao, their eyes became sharp, as if Ling Xiao had offended them. Who is that kid? Why is he with senior sister Lan Yu? I haven't seen him before. He should be a new outer disciple. It turns out that senior sister Lan Yu likes little fresh meat. Hey, aren't we a little old? Good cabbages have been eaten by pigs. Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao could only sigh. This was simply an unexpected disaster. You guys really like this popsicle? When they arrived at the medicinal hall's library, Lan Yu picked a few books from the bookshelf. In addition to the ones she had introduced before, there was also a book called Compendium of Spiritual Herbs, and a book called Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. Don't underestimate this Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. These are the basics of alchemy and medicine refining. The Compendium of Spiritual Herbs records the medicinal properties, growth characteristics, and how to identify the various spiritual herbs that have been discovered so far. Lan Yu handed the book to Ling Xiao and introduced it to him. The other book, Illustrated Handbook of Spirit Beasts, has detailed information about various spirit beasts that can be used as medicine and the parts that can be used as medicine, including their medicinal properties and so on. Got it. Ling Xiao nodded. Not only do I have to know, but I also have to try my best to remember everything in these two books, Lan Yu emphasized. There were other disciples who were also choosing books nearby. Most of them were from the inner sect. When they heard this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did you see that? Junior sister Lan is messing with people again. Yeah, even if you want to memorize just one of the two books, you won't be able to do it without more than 10 years. Moreover, you have to have a very good memory, not to mention 2 books. Yeah, I heard that junior sister Lan seems to have only memorized 70% of the contents. The rest is just familiar. Sigh, that unlucky kid, how did he offend junior sister Lan? He's really unlucky. Ling Xiao had heard these discussions, but he didn't say anything. He just laughed in his heart. Lan Yu should want me to back off. Of course, she also wanted to test me. Don't worry, senior sister Lan, I will definitely give you a surprise. He smiled and didn't leave. He found a seat and sat down. Then, he quickly began to read the books that Lan Yu brought. Basic Pharmacology, Fire Control Technique, Basic Alchemy Technique, Basic Medicine Refining Technique. In a moment, he had already copied the contents of these 4 books. Of course, copying was just the beginning. The contents of the books that were copied into the Mountain River Marshal's soul would be integrated into his soul. This was more reliable than memorizing the contents. Except for the fire control technique. The other 3 books were very easy to understand. In the state of soul imprint, he had already understood them in less than a quarter of an hour. The fire control technique was a little more difficult. It talked about how to control the fire in the process of alchemy and medicine refining. The content was very complicated and detailed. Every medicinal herb required exquisite control of the type and size of the flame. If he wanted to fully master it, he really had to memorize the contents of the Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and the Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. This way, he could control the flame according to the special characteristics of the medicinal herbs. Otherwise, it would be easy to make mistakes. Outer disciples weren't qualified to read these 2 books. However, since Ling Xiao was Old Hall Master Yang's man and was brought here by Lan Yuer, the person in charge of the library didn't dare to stop him. The 2 books had a lot of pictures and very complicated text information. It even involved a lot of arithmetic problems. To be honest, when Ling Xiao opened these 2 books, he knew that what the inner disciples said was true. These 2 books looked thin, but in fact, they used a special sealing method. If they were processed according to the method of ordinary books, the contents inside would be more than a 100 square meter house. Seeing Ling Xiao's stunned expression, Lan Yuer's mouth slipped into a smug smile. However, the next moment, she was dumbfounded. The inner disciples who sang the sad music for Ling Xiao were also dumbfounded. Ling Xiao wasn't reading the books. He was just looking at the flowers on horseback. He just casually flipped through them and stopped. Junior brother Ling, it doesn't matter if you can't remember them. I didn't ask you to remember them now. As long as you can remember them all in 10 years, it will be good enough. Lan Yuer said coldly. Ling Xiao smiled and simply closed the books. Then, he returned all the books. That kid is smart. He knows that he can't do it, so he admits defeat. Otherwise, he will suffer later. This is called having self-awareness. Yes, there is really no need to compare himself with a genius like junior sister Lan. Otherwise, he will die of anger. When the inner sect disciples saw that Ling Xiao had returned the book, they all praised him greatly. They felt that Ling Xiao's action was a smart one. However, Ling Xiao didn't have time to listen to their praise. In his mind, Ling Xiao was repeatedly recalling the contents of the 2 books. It was too surprising. No wonder the outer disciples weren't allowed to read these 2 books. It was estimated that a lot of people worked hard to compile these 2 books. Many medicinal herbs and spirit beasts were recorded in them. In fact, they were very common things, but if you didn't understand them, you would think that they were rubbish. Chapter 268. In these 2 books, in addition to most of the common herbs and spirit beasts, there were many mystical items that Ling Xiao had never seen or even heard of before. For example, Master Bai Yun once said that a person's potential was not static. It could be improved through external objects, such as some spiritual herbs, but these spiritual herbs were very difficult to obtain. In this book, there was a spiritual herb called treasure fruit. Its name was ordinary, but this fruit could slowly improve a martial artist's potential all the way to a divine treasure body. In addition, there were also strange spiritual herbs, spiritual items, and spirit beasts. For example, there was a spiritual herb called phoenix grass. After a martial artist consumed it, he could obtain a chance to be reborn from the ashes. Then there was the blood of a certain primordial beast. After consuming or absorbing it, the blood in the body could undergo some special changes and obtain the terrifying power of the primordial beast. This made Ling Xiao think of the golden dragon bloodline in his body. He had always guessed that this thing should be the blood of some primordial divine dragon, but it had never been confirmed. But today, he finally got confirmation from the Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. The worries in his heart were gone. Not only that, but there were also some herbs that could help awaken the golden dragon bloodline, which would be of great help to Ling Xiao. In addition to herbs and spirit beasts, there were some spiritual items, such as the preserved blood of primordial martial artists and items that contained the remnant souls of primordial martial artists. Using these items to refine pills, after consuming them, there was a possibility of obtaining the martial soul of a primordial martial artist or magical powers. For example, martial souls such as Moonlight Pagoda, Blood Dissipating Sword, Golden Buddha, Book of the Chaos, and so on. There were also magical powers such as 3 Heads 6 Arms, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, Heavenly Dipper Earthly Fiend Transformation, and so on. Ling Xiao had never thought that a martial artist could become so powerful and have the power to fight against heaven and earth. This was too shocking. These 2 books had opened up a whole new world for him, making him completely determined to learn from Old Hall Master Yang. Previously, he still had the idea of mingling around, only feeling that the work here was easier and that no one would suppress him. But now, his mentality had completely changed. Concocting pills and practicing martial arts had to go hand in hand. There was no distinction between the two. In any case, he was talented enough, had a strong comprehension ability, and also had the shadow cultivation secret technique. Many things could be handled separately. Speaking of the shadow cultivator secret technique, it could no longer keep up with his cultivation. After all, the shadow cultivation secret technique was only a quasi-gold grade auxiliary martial art. At most, it could help him reach the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Once he reached the transcendent realm, he would need a better auxiliary martial art. Senior Sister Lan, thank you so much for today. If you hadn't let me read these 2 books, I really wouldn't have known that the profound world was so wonderful. There are so many things to look forward to. Ling Xiao was truly grateful. Although he knew that Lan Yue was deliberately making things difficult for him, he did gain some benefits from it. Moreover, it wasn't just a little benefit. Therefore, there was no need to hold a grudge. You've finished reading the contents? Lan Yue was somewhat surprised. She didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to memorize the contents of the 2 books. However, with his speed, it was impossible for him to finish reading them. I'm done. Ling Xiao nodded. Lan Yue's eyes flashed with a touch of disgust. She hated dishonest people, but she didn't say anything. In any case, Ling Xiao wasn't her disciple. If he liked to lie and brag, then she would let him be. Ling Xiao saw the disgust in Lan Yue's eyes, but he didn't explain. After all, he didn't have any improper thoughts about Lan Yue. Moreover, he wasn't her disciple. He didn't care what Lan Yue thought of him. In the following days, Ling Xiao didn't stay in the medicine hall's library. Instead, he went to Herb Mountain and Beast Mountain. From noon to the next day, he spent almost all of his time in Herb Mountain and Beast Mountain. The first half of his time was in Herb Mountain, and the second half was in Beast Mountain. After all, the knowledge in the books was just pictures. How could it be as wonderful as the real world? He compared the information in his memory with the herbs in the real world. This way, he could understand more clearly. It had to be said that the accuracy of these 2 books was very high, but there were still some omissions. Of course, this might not be an oversight. It was just that the ability of an alchemist was limited and couldn't find it. However, Ling Xiao's special ability, analysis and practice, which he obtained from the mountain and river martial spirit, could completely find these omissions and find a way to deal with them. He believed that if he were to refine pills, the pills he refined would be more perfect than those at the same level. With an understanding of herbs and spirit beasts, it would be very easy to learn the fire control technique. As for basic pharmacology, basic alchemy technique, and basic alchemy technique, they weren't worth mentioning. Of course, he still needed to ask Lan Yue about some things. He didn't care whether Lan Yue gave him a good look or not. If he learned something, it would be his. At first, Lan Yue just casually responded. But later, she took the initiative to look for Ling Xiao to discuss. This was because she was astonished to discover that Ling Xiao's understanding of medicinal herbs and spirit beasts was actually more thorough than hers in certain areas. His understanding was also more comprehensive. This discovery made her proud heart completely relieved. People who knew Lan Yu would know that although this girl was indeed very arrogant, she had always been a little crazy about learning. This was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao. That night, Ling Xiao didn't sleep at all. He wanted to seize the time to consolidate all the things he learned. Learning didn't mean that he would always know. He needed to consolidate it and thoroughly understand it. Otherwise, a smattering of knowledge would kill him. The next morning, he stood up and rubbed his legs. Today was the day of the open competition with Yang Qing and Li Anil. He worked too hard last night and almost forgot about it. Originally, before the competition, he should have a good rest. But now, he was busy the whole night. Because Old Hall Master Yang wasn't here, Ling Xiao went to Lan Yu to ask for leave. This senior sister was impartial. If he left without asking for leave, who knew what kind of rotten fruit he would eat when he came back? "You're not allowed to go!" Lan Yu decisively refused Ling Xiao's request. "Why?" Ling Xiao asked with a puzzled expression. "First of all, you haven't finished what Old Hall Master Yang asked you to do. Secondly, as your senior sister, I really don't think you can challenge those two people." Lan Yu's answer was also very concise. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "First of all, I have done what Old Hall Master Yang asked me to do. Secondly, I don't care about those two people at all. The reason why I challenge them is to get more resources. In addition, it's also to deter others so that they won't always come to trouble me." Chapter 269. Lan Yu was still as cold as ice. She said coldly, "I don't know your strength, but you said you did what Old Hall Master Yang asked you to do. That's pure nonsense. Don't think you can get carried away just because you found something that even I don't know. Your foundation is still far from enough. Senior sister, there's no point in saying that. How about this? You can test me. If I can really complete the mission, you have to let me go. Otherwise, I can't afford to lose face. Moreover, my prize is 1,000-year golden snow lotus. It would be a pity to just give it away for free," Ling Xiao said with a smile. After getting along with her for less than 2 days, Ling Xiao had basically figured out Lan Yu's temper. She was really cold on the outside but warm on the inside. So, it was nothing to joke with her. 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus. You're really generous. Lan Yu looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of disappointment. After a moment of silence, he said, "All right, since you're so confident, then I'll test you. If you pass my test, not to mention challenging an outer court disciple, even if you challenge an inner court disciple, I won't care. I really don't dare to challenge the inner disciples. Senior Lan, you can't give me a test other than those books." "Then, I'll just admit defeat," Ling Xiao said. "Don't worry. It's all the content in those books." Lan Yu looked at Dai Yuling and said, "Dai Yuling can be a witness. I naturally believe in you. You can give me a test." Ling Xiao looked at the sky outside. It was still early. As long as he went there before noon, he wouldn't automatically admit defeat. In fact, even if there was no witness, Lan Yu wouldn't give him a test other than those books. Most pharmacists had to study hard for 3 to 5 years before they could get a basic understanding of those books. It would take at least 10 years or even dozens of years to fully comprehend them. This was just a small achievement. She, Lan Yu, was naturally intelligent and had a strong perception. Whether it was martial arts or alchemy, she was a real genius. However, it took her several years to get to the small achievement. It took her nearly 10 years to get to her current level. One had to know that she had been learning alchemy since she was 9 years old. This Ling Xiao obviously had good eyesight and good perception, but his mentality was extremely impetuous. This time, he had to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't dare to be so cocky in the future. He would study hard and maybe he could really become the good alchemist that Old Hall Master Yang was looking forward to. In short, she didn't believe that Ling Xiao had learned those books. It had only been less than 2 days, and it was already good enough that he could finish reading them. Learn? Was he still human? The first question is also the most basic question. What is a medicinal pill? Lan Yu asked. This question was indeed the most basic and simple one. However, laymen might not be able to answer it. Tracing back to the origin and development of alchemy and pills. Pills originated from the immemorial martial artists' alchemy techniques, and it was also the continuation and development of the immemorial alchemy techniques. Alchemy and pills were an inseparable whole. Without the ancient human race martial artists, it would be impossible for there to be today's pill culture. Pills were created by the immemorial martial artists' alchemists. In the immemorial era, pills had two meanings. One was an immortal pill, and the other was an ordinary medicine. The pills refined by the immemorial alchemists were called external pills. It referred to using a furnace to refine gold and stone into medicinal bait to create an immortal golden pill. Alchemy techniques had an early origin on the heavenly dragon continent, about 100,000 years ago. At that time, alchemist Li Shaojun used pill sand into gold as a food container to refine golden pills. 50,000 years ago, alchemist Wei Boyang wrote the Yin-Yang Deed of Thorough Comprehension, which used yin and yang to describe golden pills. It was known as the Eternal Alchemy Canon. 1,000 years ago, the alchemist Emperor Ge had summarized the external elixirs that had been circulating at that time. He had written a book called the Immemorial Alchemy Canon. He had divided the external elixirs into three categories: divine elixirs, golden elixirs, and golden elixirs. He had also called the golden elixirs as medicine. The longer it was burned, the more wonderful the changes would be. Ling Xiao talked eloquently from the first appearance of alchemy 100,000 years ago to the modern era. Not only did he clearly answer Lan Yuer's questions, but he also talked about it in more detail. Even Lan Yuer didn't pay much attention to some of the secrets he talked about. Okay, you passed the first question, but this question is relatively simple. The second question is not easy to answer. Although Lan Yuer was surprised, she was very calm on the surface. Wait a minute, senior sister. You have to ask a few questions. You have to make it clear first. Otherwise, it will be meaningless after the challenge time, Ling Xiao said. Don't worry, there are only 4 questions. Okay, you ask? The second question: explain the relationship between fire control technique and medicinal herbs. This question seemed simple, but it was actually very complicated. Many alchemists didn't completely understand it until they died. The reason why there were failures in alchemy was because they didn't grasp it well. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. He smiled and said, "Fire control technique is about the control of the fire and the use of the flame. The control of the fire is easy to understand. There are big, small, medium, slow, and so on. The nature of the elixir is different, so the flame requirements are different. In the process of alchemy, the flame needs to be adjusted in time. In addition, the flame is divided into ordinary fire, civil and martial fire, true samadhi fire." Ling Xiao's answer was not only detailed, but also just right. Even if Lan Yuer wanted to find some trouble, she couldn't find any. The third question involves practical application, but it's still the most basic application. Listen carefully. I'll add an ordinary golden snow lotus and various auxiliary medicinal herbs. What's the best alchemy formula? How do you operate it? When it came to this question, it basically involved the profession of alchemists. Dai Yuling was obviously nervous on the side. Conceptual questions, if one had a good memory, they could still remember them. But when it came to professional questions, they needed to understand them. It was definitely not something that could be solved with a good memory. Outside the door, Hall Master Yang had come back. He stood there and listened to the conversation in the room. While stroking his beard, a dignified expression appeared on his face. He was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's answers to the first 2 questions. But for this question, he always felt that Lan Yuer was a little too hasty. Even if Ling Xiao's comprehension was good, it was impossible for him to answer such a professional question. What's wrong? Are you worried? The puppy on his shoulder transmitted a message to Hall Master Yang. I'm a little worried. This boy is indeed a genius, but it hasn't been 2 days. He's just self-taught. No one taught him alchemy skills. How can he know these? Hall Master Yang transmitted a message with a wry smile. In the room, Dai Yuling also reminded Lan Yue. Master, isn't it a little too much? What's too much? He's so smart. How can he not answer? In fact, Lan Yue was a little excited. She found that Ling Zhao's comprehension was much better than hers. For a moment, she felt a little unbalanced. She wanted to see how strong Ling Zhao could be. Of course, my first choice is the Golden Snow Lotus Spirit Dispersing Pill. Ling Zhao answered calmly. In fact, this question was really nothing to him. Chapter 270. The reason why I chose the Golden Snow Lotus Energy Dispersing Pill is that the Golden Snow Lotus contains a special ingredient called Snow Lotus Essence. It can dissolve the discomfort caused by the expansion of the true essence. In this answer, Ling Zhao not only explained why he chose to make the Golden Snow Lotus Energy Dispersing Pill, but also quoted many classic quotations and practical cases from the books he had read. Novel La, in the whole process of answering, he said more than 1,000 words. His profound understanding of the basic books and his thorough understanding of pharmacology and medicinal herbs were simply amazing. Outside the door, Hall Master Yang was surprised and surprised. He even suspected that Ling Zhao had read those books before. But it was impossible. The Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and the Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts were definitely not something that people in the secular world could read. And even if he had read them before, Ling Zhao was only 14 years old. Could it be that he began to learn these things when he was in his mother's womb? Obviously, that was impossible. So, there was only one conclusion, that this boy was too abnormal. Lan Yue's face was full of surprise. At this time, she couldn't understand this boy who was younger than her at all. From the beginning of the conversation, she knew that Ling Zhao was really a layman in alchemy. But now, Ling Zhao's performance was like an old pharmacist who had studied alchemy for many years. This was too incredible. Have you really never learned alchemy before? Lan Yue couldn't help but ask. No! Ling Zhao shook his head. His eyes were very clear. He didn't need to lie at all. Dai Yuling, who was next to him, was surprised. She knew that Ling Zhao definitely didn't know about pharmacology when he was in the latent dragon camp. Otherwise, Ling Zhao could cure the injury of cold plum. But now, Ling Zhao felt that his foundation was stronger than hers. He was really a genius in alchemy. After all, even Lan Yue couldn't figure out some of the things that Ling Zhao said, let alone her. All right, last question. Lan Yue took a deep breath and decided to increase the difficulty of the problem. Senior sister, please speak. Now, here are the materials for alchemy. Ordinary gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill can be refined with these materials. Go ahead and refine an ordinary gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill. Creak. The door was pushed open and old Hall Master Yang walked in with a smile. Little Lan, don't make things difficult for him. In less than 2 days, it's already good that he can understand the method of alchemy, but this is completely different from actual practice. Even for you, it took you a month to successfully refine an ordinary spirit pill. Lan Yue also knew that her question was too difficult for Ling Zhao. This was a very complicated and comprehensive practical question. Not only do you have to understand pharmacology, medicinal herbs, fire control, basic alchemy, and so on, but you also have to understand the various tools and processes of alchemy. If there was even the slightest mistake in the process, it would be impossible to successfully refine the pill. She asked this question because she wanted to know where Ling Zhao's bottom line was. She really didn't mean to make things difficult for him. However, after being reminded by old Hall Master Yang, she suddenly woke up. In other people's eyes, she was really deliberately making things difficult for him. To be honest, Lan Yue didn't want to offend such a genius. She wanted to use old Hall Master Yang's words as a way to step down. So she said, You're right. Although the practical process is described in those books, you haven't actually learned it, and I haven't taught you. It's beyond the scope. Senior sister Lan, you don't have to change the question. Anyway, refining an ordinary gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill won't take a long time. Let me try. Although Ling Xiao hadn't practiced it in reality, his martial soul avatar had tried it many times in the mountain river world. He confirmed that he had no problem. What? Are you sure you want to do this? Old Hall Master Yang was also stunned. One had to know that alchemy was something that could only be done by true alchemists. Although the refinement of the ordinary golden snow lotus energy dispersing pill was relatively simple and the formula wasn't complicated, even so, it still required more than 10 medicinal herbs. The attributes, characteristics, and taboos of various medicinal herbs needed to be clearly understood. Even if there was a slight mistake, it would fail. Not to mention the control of the fire in the middle, which was simply a nightmare for newcomers. A newcomer who had just learned pharmacology for less than 2 days probably didn't even remember the names of various medicinal herbs, let alone the characteristics and taboos. You want him to refine a pill? Wasn't this purely funny? But Ling Xiao actually agreed. Could this kid really do it, or was he just unwilling to admit defeat? Or was he just arrogant? Ling Xiao didn't know what they were thinking. He still had to rush to teach Lianel and Yang Qing a lesson, so he had already started. Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Wei looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. However, what happened next made them feel even more incredulous. Ling Xiao's process of selecting the herbs, mixing the herbs, lighting the fire, controlling the fire, and refining the pill was completely smooth without any pause in the middle. There were even some medicinal herbs that he could tell exactly what they were with just a glance. The gold snow lotus was relatively easy to identify, but the dozen medicinal herbs that went with it were more difficult because they were all inconspicuous. Only an old alchemist could identify them at once. However, Ling Xiao was more terrifying than an old alchemist. He didn't even need to weigh the number of medicinal herbs, as if his hand was the most accurate measuring tool. Looking at this, Old Hall Master Yang was dumbfounded. Lan Wei's heart trembled. She really couldn't believe that this 14-year-old boy in front of her was actually more outstanding than her. For many years, she had always been known as one of the most outstanding geniuses among the inner disciples. In terms of pharmacology, she was absolutely number one. But now, her number one position was obviously inferior. Originally, she should be angry, but strangely, she actually had a special feeling in her heart. She couldn't tell what it was, but looking at Ling Xiao's serious appearance while refining the pill, his originally ordinary appearance became handsome. After he finished his analysis, he left the dumbfounded old man Guan and alchemist Yun Yao. Time's up! Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand to open the alchemy furnace. Seeing this, Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Wei heaved a sigh of relief. This was because they felt that Ling Xiao was too early. This Ling Xiao wasn't monstrous enough to defy the heavens. For ordinary people, 15 minutes was the standard time to refine the gold snow lotus spirit dispersing pill. However, Ling Xiao was still far away from 15 minutes, but he actually wanted to open the furnace. Chapter 271. Without looking at the pill in the furnace, Old Hall Master Yang smiled and said, Ling Xiao, although there is a problem with your pill refining process, it doesn't matter. You've done very well. At your age, only Lan Er can do this. But she started learning alchemy at the age of 9, and you've just started. Old Senior, is there a problem with my pill refining process? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. He didn't understand what was wrong with his pill refining process. Everything was going smoothly. It's too early to open the furnace, but this is normal. After all, it's your first time refining pills, Lan Yu replied. A rare smile appeared on her face. Could it be that this popsicle was going to melt? But Old Senior, I think the quality of my gold snow lotus spirit dispersing pill is better than the ones refined by your medicine hall. Ling Xiao took his pill and handed it to Old Hall Master Yang. How is this possible? This is impossible. Old Hall Master Yang's words were a little incoherent. That was because he had initially thought that Ling Xiao was a little arrogant. However, when he saw the medicinal pill, his expression turned into one of astonishment. At this time, even the puppy on his shoulder, which had been sleeping with its eyes closed, opened its eyes and barked twice. Lan Yu's face was also flushed with shock, like a ripe apple. Dai Yuling sat directly on the ground, her whole body drenched. He only used 1/3 of the time to refine such a perfect gold snow lotus spirit dispersing pill. This old man isn't hallucinating, is he? Old Hall Master Yang pulled his beard fiercely, as if he wanted to save himself from an illusion. Oh, it's not an illusion. Boy, how did you do it? Old Hall Master Yang asked in amazement. No. Don't answer. Let this old man think. He walked around the furnace, then carefully observed the furnace fire. Finally, he observed the pill. Then, he clapped his hands and said, I understand. You're really a genius. When most people refine pills, a lot of the furnace's energy will be wasted in the process. Moreover, there will always be mistakes in controlling the fire. Therefore, one can only refine slowly. This way, if there are mistakes, one can fix them in time. But you're different. You actually use your true essence to create an insulating layer around the pill furnace. This prevented the furnace's energy from leaking out. Of course, this is only a small trick. This old man and Lan girl have tried it before, but we weren't as good as you. The most surprising thing is that you didn't make the slightest mistake in the process of controlling the fire. In other words, the entire process was flawless. That's why you were able to greatly reduce the time. Lan Yu asked anxiously. Ling Xiao, are you hiding something from us? Just the day before yesterday, you didn't know anything about pharmacology. How could you refine such a perfect gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill today? She suspected that Ling Xiao had never concocted pills before. Ling Xiao smiled unhurriedly and said, Senior sister, I don't have many advantages, but my memory is especially good and my comprehension is passable. I have memorized all the books you gave me the day before yesterday, and I have more or less comprehended them. Moreover, I have already gone through the process of refining pills more than 100 times in my mind, which is why I was able to succeed so easily. Don't tell me that you've memorized all the books? Lan Yu's eyes widened like two bright moons. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly and said, Senior sister, you're right. I've memorized all the books. In fact, not only the gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill, I can even refine other ordinary pills. When he spoke, his tone was as modest as possible. He didn't want others to think that he was too arrogant. But what was the use of being modest about this kind of thing? In the eyes of others, being able to do this kind of thing, modesty would become arrogance. Old Hall Master Yang glanced at the puppy on his shoulder. At that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared on the puppy's forehead. Although it disappeared in a flash, it was still caught by Ling Xiao. Only now did he know that the puppy was not ordinary. Old man, do you mean that he didn't lie? Old Hall Master Yang's face showed ecstasy. His puppy was not ordinary. The golden light on its forehead was an ancient magical ability, the eyes of truth. It was useless for anyone to lie in front of it. Now that he learned that Ling Xiao didn't lie, it meant that what Ling Xiao said was true. He really did have a terrible memory and perception. Old Hall Master Yang had lived for more than 100 years. He was close to 200 years old. He had seen too many geniuses. Among them, there were many people who had a retentive memory. Ling Xiao seemed to not only have a good memory, but his perception was also heaven-defying. If one only remembered, it was impossible to successfully refine pills. That required a complete understanding. Obviously, Ling Xiao did it. In fact, Old Hall Master Yang didn't fully understand how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He didn't have a good memory or a high perception. Instead, he could directly integrate what he saw and touched into his soul. The soul was the foundation of a person. All the knowledge, memories, skills, and so on of a person existed in the soul. Not to mention a few books, even if it was a complicated martial art move, he could directly take it for himself. It just depended on whether he liked it or not. Monster. After a long time, Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yu said these two words at the same time. Yes, an existence more terrifying than a genius. Wasn't that a monster? You two are overpraising me. I just have a good memory. I can probably achieve a retentive memory. In addition, my perception is slightly better. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Pretend. You brat, keep pretending. Having a retentive memory and a terrifying perception is very important for a martial artist. Don't you know how important it is? Old Hall Master Yang said with his eyes wide open. Although his eyes were wide open, there was a smug smile on his face. Fortunately, he had poached this brat early. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss if others took a fancy to him. Not to mention comprehension ability, just the ability to remember things with a single glance was enough to allow a martial artist to stand above others. If coupled with comprehension, it would be like using cheats. However, Old Hall Master Yang didn't know that these two so-called abilities were just the branches of the mountain river martial soul. Ling Zhao's ability was far beyond their imagination. Can I test you again? Lan Yuer hesitated and said, Senior sister, we agreed on 4 questions. You can't go back on your words. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. No, I just want to confirm if you really have a retentive memory. Lan Yuer explained. Ling Xiao looked at the sky. There was still time, so he could only sigh and say, Okay, but it can't be too long. If you want to ask, hurry up. Haha, I want to participate too, Dai Yuling said hurriedly. This old man will also join in the fun. Old Hall Master Yang also became playful. Chapter 272. In the next quarter of an hour, Old Hall Master Yang, Lan Yuer, and Dai Yuling took turns to bombard Ling Xiao with questions randomly. Sometimes, they even asked Ling Xiao to recite some content directly. As a result, not only did Ling Xiao answer the questions fluently, but he also pointed out some omissions in the book, which directly made the 3 of them dumbfounded. Dai Yuling smiled bitterly. Lan Yuer's arrogance was completely defeated by Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's monstrous talent isn't something they can compare with. Even Old Hall Master Yang smiled bitterly. This is really a case of talented people being born in every generation, and each generation is stronger than the previous one. This old man's generation is going to be beaten to the beach by your generation. Although he said so, he couldn't hide the joy in his heart. The reason why he hasn't had a breakthrough in his cultivation wasn't because he couldn't, but because he put a lot of energy into training his disciples. He needs an heir for his medical knowledge. Unfortunately, it hasn't been realized yet. Lan Yu is a real genius, but unfortunately, her identity is noble, and her master isn't inferior to him, so she can't be his heir. He didn't expect that God wasn't blind and actually gave him Ling Xiao. This is simply the best gift given to him. He originally fancied Ling Xiao only because of Ling Zhao's comprehension ability in the God Sealing catalog. But now, it seems that he really underestimated this kid. This kid's talent is definitely much more terrifying than he imagined. Senior Sister Lan, you won't stop me from challenging him, right? Ling Xiao looked at Lan Yu and asked. Lan Yu sighed. I really don't know why you have to challenge him now. It won't be too late to challenge him after your strength has increased. How can you win now? Little Lan, don't worry about him. It's good to let this kid suffer a little. Otherwise, his tail will be raised to the sky. Old Hall Master Yang smiled. Thank you, Senior Sister Lan. Then I'll go. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Wait a minute. Lan Yuer suddenly shouted. What's wrong, Senior Sister? Are you really going back on your word? Ling Zhao's expression didn't look too good. He didn't like capricious people. Don't worry, I just want to go with you and take a look. Lan Yuer suddenly laughed and said, Let's see how you will be beaten until you look for your teeth on the ground. You're not a little guy yet. Ling Xiao muttered. You are only 2 years older than me. How dare you pretend to be an adult? What did you say? Lan Yuer widened her almond-shaped eyes. Nothing, hee, nothing. Ling Xiao really didn't dare offend Lan Yuer. After all, the other party was a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm Master. If she wanted to teach him a lesson, wouldn't it be child's play? Master, I want to watch the show too, Dai Yuling added. You can't do it. Ling Xiao reached this level in less than 2 days. You've been studying for longer than her. Stay here and study the book I gave you. You'll be tested when you come back. Lan Yue was really impartial and didn't care about human feelings. Okay then. Although Dai Yuling really wanted to cheer for Ling Xiao, she was more concerned about working hard. She couldn't surpass Ling Xiao and Lan Yue, but she could at least become a character like Old Hall Master Yang. She really had to work hard. Just like that, Ling Xiao left the medicine hall under Lan Yue's supervision and rushed to the outer court square. He was going to complete his first official challenge since joining the Yuehua school. This was different from the usual private matches. This time, the challenge was allowed by the outer court main hall, and the entire outer court knew about it. If he won, he would be promoted to the top 30 and enjoy the preferential treatment of an inner court disciple. If he lost, he might not be able to raise his head again. Along the way, Ling Xiao was thinking about the challenge and didn't even look at the beautiful woman beside him. Lan Yue was a little disappointed. Her master was the grand elder of the Yuehua school and had a high status. Even the current headmaster of the Yuehua school didn't dare to offend her. Her martial arts talent had always been one of the best in the Yuehua school. Her medical talent was the best, second to none. Her beauty was definitely one of the best in the entire Yuehua school. Because of this, she had always lacked true friends. Those who surrounded her all day long just wanted to curry favor with her. Therefore, although she longed for friends, she pretended to be an iceberg, a woman who didn't want anyone to get close to her. However, Ling Xiao's appearance was gradually melting this iceberg. Lan Yue suddenly realized that there was someone more outstanding than her in this world, and it was a man. She didn't want to accept it, but she was also surprised. Regardless of Ling Xiao's martial arts talent, his medical talent was absolutely unparalleled. Such a talented young man didn't have the slightest arrogance and could get along very well with Dai Yuling. It was said that he also had a good relationship with Wu Xiang, a low-level outer sect disciple. She had gradually changed her view of Ling Xiao. However, she definitely didn't want to win him over. She really admired and was surprised. Ling Xiao didn't know what Lan Yue was thinking. He didn't care. He hated it when others ignored him. If others ignored him, he wouldn't pounce on them and pester them either. If others were warm to him, he would also express his kindness. Wu Xian was like this, and so was Hall Master Yang. Lan Yue still needed to be observed. However, her current attitude was quite good. At least she wasn't as arrogant as she was the day before. A lot of people had already gathered in the outer sect square. Today was an open challenge. The outer sect headquarters specially allowed the outer sect disciples to ask for leave to watch the challenge. If it was an ordinary challenge, it wouldn't be necessary. However, someone wanted to challenge a quasi-inner sect disciple. Moreover, he wanted to challenge 2 inner sect disciples at once. This was really necessary. It was also a learning experience. It wasn't just watching the fun. Originally, many people hoped that Ling Xiao would win. At least, he could break the current situation of the top 30 disciples. However, when Ling Xiao and Lan Yue appeared together, these people's thoughts completely changed. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. This Ling Xiao, how did he manage to hook up with senior sister Lan Yue? This is too awesome! Senior sister Lan Yue is the goddess in my heart. How can I let this guy tarnish her? I hope Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Yang can teach this guy a lesson today and embarrass Ling Xiao. Not to mention the outer sect disciples, even He Suo and the other inner sect disciples who were watching the challenge were dumbfounded. Especially He Suo. Although he didn't particularly care about women, he only coveted Lan Yue's beauty and ability. However, he was only at Transcendent Realm Stage 3. He wasn't qualified to pursue Lan Yue. Lan Yue was usually very noble and indifferent. She kept everyone at a distance. Aside from the older generation of warriors, almost no one could see her smiling face. In He Suo's mind, this woman must be given to him to conquer. Chapter 273. Seeing Ling Xiao and Lan Yue's affectionate appearance, Heiso felt like his vision had turned dark. If he, an inner sect disciple, was like this, then the outer sect disciples were even worse. All of them were gnashing their teeth, wishing they could immediately switch places with Ling Xiao. "Senior sister, I'm going over." Ling Xiao turned around and said. "Go, be careful." Lan Yu wanted to express her concern, but her words were still cold. Probably because she was used to this kind of disguise, she really couldn't change it in a short time. Ling Xiao walked towards the square's challenge platform. This challenge platform was a specially made treasure. Even a transcendent realm cultivator couldn't easily destroy it. The strongest outer sect disciple was only a half-step grandmaster, not even reaching the transcendent realm. This was definitely very sturdy. Standing on the challenge platform, Ling Xiao looked around. Yang Qing and Li Anil hadn't arrived yet, but Zhao Ji, Suing, Zhao Xi, and the others from the outer sect had all arrived. In fact, everyone wanted to challenge a quasi-inner sect disciple. Because in addition to an increase in salary, they would also have more time to cultivate. They wouldn't have to do heavy physical work, and would only need to be responsible for management. And the higher the ranking, the more power and status they would have. They wouldn't even need to do management work. Every day, they would only need to cultivate, and they would receive more generous rewards than other outer sect disciples. Right, the top 10 outer sect disciples could also have their own secluded caves. Not only was it comfortable to live there, but it was also rich in world energy. Cultivating there would be twice the result with half the effort. Soon, Yang Qing and Li Anil also arrived. Even Elder Bai had arrived. Elder Bai would always be present for challenges related to the top 10 outer sect disciples. This could be regarded as a kind of expression of the sect's importance. Ling Xiao, come down first. Yang Qing will also accept 2 challenges today. Let him fight someone else first, then you fight Li Anil. Stagger in the middle to make the challenge fair. Elder Bai called Ling Xiao down from the challenge platform. Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Qing. He could roughly understand Yang Qing's thoughts. Even Ling Xiao dared to fight 1 against 2. Yang Chun, who was ranked 10th in the outer sect, wouldn't dare to fight 1 against 2. From now on, Lu Chang, who is ranked 15th in the outer sect, challenges Yang Qing, who is ranked 10th in the outer sect. This was a battle between quasi-inner disciples. One was ranked 15th. One was ranked 10th. Both of them were half-step masters. It turned out that this Lu Chang had once challenged the third-ranked Jin Ming, and the result was a crushing defeat. This time, he had learned his lesson, so he chose to challenge Yang Qing, who was ranked last in the top 10. Under normal circumstances, Yang Qing was the weakest among the top 10. As long as he defeated him, he would be able to obtain his own cave, and the resources would also be much richer. The top 30 were considered one class. The top 10 was another level altogether. If you want to get into the top 30, you have to get into the top 30. As for those in the top 30, they hoped to enter the top 10. Seeing Lu Chang, Yang Qing just smiled slightly and said, "Can't beat Jin Ming, so you came to challenge me. Do you really take me to be a pushover?" Wind and rain sword technique. As soon as Yang Qing finished speaking, he stabbed out with his sword. The sword light was as fine as the wind and rain, densely covering Lu Chang. It was continuous and extremely terrifying. Lu Chang held the steel saber and used all his strength to block Yang Qing's attack. The battle between the 2 half-step masters, as their auras collided, the aftermath spread out and shrouded the audience below the stage. Many of the outer sect disciples could feel their auras shaking, as if their true chi was being forcibly drawn out. It was extremely uncomfortable. Such terrifying power, but it doesn't belong to the transcendent realm? This is the power of a half-step master. Although he hasn't reached the transcendent realm, the power of some of his martial skills is no less than that of a first-layer transcendent realm martial artist. Yeah, it's obviously much stronger than a peak 9th-layer martial vein martial artist. Among the audience, whether it was the new outer sect disciples or the old outer sect disciples who wanted to challenge the top 30, they were all shocked by this shocking scene. They had never seen a battle between half-step masters, but when they saw it, they knew that they were invincible. The Yuehua school had been established for 100,000 years. It wasn't that no one could defeat a half-step master with the cultivation of the peak 9th layer martial vein, but it was extremely rare. It was impossible for someone below the late-stage 9th layer martial vein to defeat a half-step master. This had almost become the truth of the Yuehua school. Because of this, when they heard that Ling Xiao wanted to challenge Lianal and Yang Qing with the cultivation of the peak 8th layer martial vein, they despised and ridiculed Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yuer didn't believe that Ling Xiao could do this. On the stage, although Lu Chang and Yang Qing were both half-step masters, there was still a huge gap between half-step masters. However, there was still a huge gap between half-step masters. This included martial techniques, quintessence, combat techniques, and other factors. Combining all of them, Yang Qing was much stronger. Asterisk puff 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 puff, asterisk the sword move, which didn't seem fierce, suddenly burst out with amazing power. Poor Lu Chang tried his best to defend, but his protective truchi was like tofu. It was pierced full of holes. It was very miserable. Even on his body, there were many injuries. Small bloody holes were constantly spurting out blood. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The wind and rain sword art that Yang Qing used was only a gold-grade entry-level martial skill, but it had reached the perfection level. It was almost perfect. In contrast, Lu Chang was much worse. Yang Qing had a reason to be arrogant. After a dozen moves, Lu Chang didn't even have a chance to fight back. He was injured all over and was in a sorry state. Fortunately, he knew his own limits and directly admitted defeat, thus avoiding continuing to make a fool of himself. He's too strong. Is this Yang Qing's strength? No wonder he can be ranked in the top 10. Yes, Lu Chang is already terrifying enough. It is said that he once defeated Lianal in 3 moves. In the end, he was defeated by Yang Qing in a dozen moves. Moreover, it was a complete defeat. Can Ling Xiao withstand 1 move? I think it's difficult. Discussions rose one after another. The people who didn't think highly of Ling Xiao were optimistic about Ling Xiao after witnessing Yang Qing's strength. Zhao Ji frowned at this time. He thought that if he fought with Lu Chang, he wouldn't be able to withstand 1 move. However, Lu Chang, who was so powerful, lost so miserably. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt a little lucky that he didn't rashly issue a challenge. Otherwise he, a prince, would be defeated so miserably. He would lose face in the future. Compared to Yang Qing, Ming Tian is nothing. At least in terms of strength. This was Su Ying's judgment. Ming Tian's potential might be stronger than Yang Qing's, but when Ming Tian left Baiyun province for Yuehua school, he was indeed far inferior to Yang Qing. Chapter 274. As expected of one of the 12 sects, the disciples here are really strong. Lan Yuer looked at Ling Xiao. She hoped to see a trace of panic or fear on Ling Xiao's face. That way, she would feel a little better. However, there was no panic or fear on Ling Xiao's face. Instead, there was a hint of a smile on his face. No way! Did this kid hide his strength? That was the only explanation. Otherwise, why wasn't Ling Xiao afraid of such a strong collision? Ling Xiao, it's not too late for you to regret now. Yang Qing, who was on the stage, looked at Ling Xiao and said with a complacent look on his face. Regret? Why should I regret? Ling Xiao slowly walked up to the challenge ring and gestured at Lianal, who was below the ring. I'll deal with you first, then I'll deal with Yang Qing. Yang Qing, I advise you to go back and rest. You really don't know what death is. Yang Qing snorted and jumped down from the stage. Someone had already prepared a seat for him to rest. Lianal smiled and said, Senior Yang, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to fight again. If he can't even defeat me, then he is not qualified to fight with you. Don't be careless. Don't forget what happened last time. Don't worry, Senior Yang. I won't be careless and I won't show any mercy. After saying that, Lianal jumped up to the stage. Compared to the previous battle between the half-step masters, this battle was more eye-catching. A martial vein level 8 martial artist challenging a half-step master. The gap between them was too big. Since ancient times, Yuehua school had never had such a situation. This was the first time something like this had happened. Many people just came to see how Ling Xiao would be defeated. Especially when they saw Ling Xiao and Lan Yu walking together, they became more anxious. Outer disciple Ling Xiao challenges the inner disciple, Li Ano, who is ranked 26th. Elder Bai announced expressionlessly. Although he wasn't optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances, he was looking forward to it. In the past few years, the outer court had recruited fewer disciples, and the good geniuses had been directly accepted into the inner court or become the inner court elders' inner court disciples. Therefore, there weren't many true geniuses. It wasn't that things like challenging people above their level had never happened before, but they had never succeeded. Therefore, other than some changes in the rankings, no one had been able to enter the top 30 through the challenges. Only if a disciple ranked in the top 30 broke through to the transcendent realm, and became an inner sect disciple would they be able to fill the gap. This caused the outer sect disciples to have a poor sense of competition. There was almost no pressure to be in the top 30. That wouldn't do. He hoped that there would be some changes and that these fellows would be taught a lesson. He hoped that someone could barge in and stir up this pool of stagnant water. However, even though he thought so, others didn't think so. Upon hearing the names of the two people, the audience burst into laughter. They did not give Ling Xiao any face at all. Some people even threw eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at Ling Xiao. Scram! Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who would suffer a loss. With a roar, his true qi madly leaked out and the eggs and rotten vegetable leaves shot back like hidden weapons. Those who threw the eggs at Ling Xiao didn't even have time to react before their heads were smashed and bleeding. For experts, rotten vegetable leaves were also weapons. Whoever is causing trouble, get the hell out of here immediately! Shame on you! Elder Bai was also angry. When his voice rang out, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire square. The outer sect disciples were all silent out of fear. This kind of aura was too terrifying. This was the aura of a 9th heavenly layer transcendent. It was simply enough to force people to commit suicide. No one dared to shout anymore. Those who had suffered a loss didn't dare to either. They could only silently bear the bitter fruit they brought upon themselves and treat their wounds with golden sore ointment, and other things. Hee, how awe-inspiring! But to meet me, consider yourself unlucky! Lian chuckled as he looked at Ling Xiao and said. A loser dares to say such words. Ling Xiao said coldly. That day, I underestimated you. It definitely won't happen again today. Lian Lu emphasized. Cut the crap. That day, I was able to defeat you in one move. Today, I can still do it. With that said, Ling Xiao had already moved. He felt that there was no need to exchange pointers with Lian Lu. He purely wanted to help Wu Xiang and himself vent his anger. So when he made his move, Ling Xiao didn't plan to give Lian Lu any chance. In that instant, Li Ano only saw Ling Xiao move from the opposite side. In the next moment, he felt his body fly backward and fall heavily to the ground. Something blasted a large hole in his chest, dripping with blood. It was very terrifying. Ah! A pig-like cry rang out. Lian Lu was in so much pain that he was tossing and turning. Elder Bai, is this challenge over? Ling Xiao looked at Elder Bai, who was still in a daze, and said, Yes, it's over. Ling Xiao versus Lian Lu. Ling Xiao wins! Although Elder Bai was strong, he had never seen a martial master at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein who could seriously injure a half-step martial master in one move. When he looked carefully, Ling Xiao's right hand had actually turned into the claw of a beast. It looked more like the claw of a divine dragon. Ling Xiao had combined the slaughter of the divine prison king fist with the demonization of the 9 demons divine art demon king to produce such a shocking effect. Even he was a little surprised. This was only a partial demonization. The effect of the 9 demons divine art was too powerful. Yang Qing, get up here! After defeating Lian Lu, Ling Xiao wasn't willing to stop at all and directly shouted Yang Qing's name. You and I have just finished a battle. It can be considered fair. Yang Qing was still in a state of shock. When he was shouted at by Ling Xiao, his eyes revealed a ruthless look and he directly rushed up to the challenge stage. Lian Lu was defeated too quickly. He really didn't expect this. He didn't even see how Ling Xiao won. However, he believed that he wouldn't lose to Ling Xiao. After all, he could also defeat Lian Lu in one move. At this time, he had already forgotten that Ling Xiao had only used the strength of a peak 8th level martial vein martial master. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was barely comparable to Lu Chang, but in the end, he was still a defeated opponent. On the challenge stage, Ling Xiao and Yang Qing each stood on one side. Ling Xiao challenges the 10th outer disciple, Yang Qing. Begin! Elder Bai had already recovered from his shock. He stared at Ling Xiao, hoping to get something from this young man's battle. This young man's use of combat skills was much higher than his. The scene just now ended too quickly. Many people didn't know what had happened, but he saw it very clearly. Ling Xiao's strength was not only the strength of his moves, but also the strength of his combat skills. With the least consumption, he achieved the greatest thing. Chapter 275. Yang Qing stood there with his hands behind his back, coldly looking at Ling Xiao. Although he was a little surprised by Li Anil's failure, he didn't care much about it. Novel, la, that idiot Li Anil must have underestimated his opponent again. Otherwise, how could he have been sneak attacked? No one thought that his condescension and arrogance were abnormal. It could be imagined that a half-step master rank 10th would be laughed at as a coward if he was careful when facing a martial master who was only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. His current attitude was normal and reasonable. In front of him, Ling Xiao was just a fish on the chopping board. Maybe the young master couldn't handle it, but the master could easily cut the fish. Alas, it's better to stop while you're ahead. Lan Yu sighed. Although she was surprised that Ling Xiao defeated Li Anil, Yang Qing was too strong. At least in the outer sect, not many people dared to say that they could win against him. Ling Xiao was like an ant challenging a giant. Forget it, maybe it's a good thing for him to lose. His martial arts aptitude is not good, but his medical aptitude is top-notch. At worst, he can be a top-notch alchemist. Lan Yu had already thought about the future for Ling Xiao. Zhao Ji also sighed. He actually wanted to win over Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao offended Yang Qing and would soon become a laughingstock. He really felt that it was a pity. Su Ying's face was filled with a crazy smile. She knew that Ling Xiao was finished. There was no chance for him to make a comeback. This idiot who didn't know when to retreat would face a tragic defeat. On the stage, Ling Xiao looked at Yang Qing with the same expression on his face. He knew very well how strong Yang Qing was. It was very risky to fight with this guy with the cultivation of the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. However, Ling Xiao didn't intend to expose his true cultivation here. The risk was high, but it didn't mean that he couldn't win. The greater the pressure, the greater the risk, he felt that he would gain more in this battle. This was a danger, but also an opportunity. Not talking? Do you think your silence will make me go easy on you? I'm not as stupid as Li Anil. Before Yang Qing could finish his words, he suddenly discovered that Ling Xiao's figure had disappeared. 9 Demons Divine Art. Cloud Dragon Godly Travel. In that instant, all the muscles in Yang Qing's body suddenly contracted, and he even felt a biting chill in his body. He actually couldn't determine Ling Xiao's exact location. Above? Behind? Or to the left? Or the right? Off stage. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There were probably only 4 or 5 people who could see Ling Xiao's figure, but this definitely did not include Yang Qing. Ling Xiao's Cloud Dragon Divine Journey was originally a gold-grade entry-level martial art. Combined with the 9 Demonic Divine Art, the Evil Beast Demon King, it was equivalent to a rare gold-grade martial art. And don't forget, he also had the Blood Shadow Martial Spirit. Not only did this martial soul give him invisibility, but it also gave him an even stranger movement skill and even stranger speed. The sudden change made Yang Cheng's scalp go numb. It made the audience turn pale with fright. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually take the initiative to attack like he did with Lianel? The terrifying movement skill and the martial soul that matched it were actually flawless. Transformation stage movement skill? Elder Bai slightly raised his eyebrows. In the outer sect, there was actually someone who could cultivate a gold-grade entry-level martial art to the transformation stage. This was really a shocking thing. One had to know that even in the inner sect, there were only a few people who could cultivate a gold-grade entry-level martial art to the transformation stage, let alone the outer sect. Anyway, Elder Bai knew that only the top 3 monsters could do this, and the rest really couldn't. A gold-grade entry-level martial art that reached the transformation stage, coupled with the 9 demonic divine art, and the blood shadow martial spirit. As a result, Ling Xiao's attack this time was not only powerful, but also terrifying. Yang Qing was still trying to find Ling Xiao's position, but he didn't find anything. Divine Hell King Fist, Slaughter. In a very strange position, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared and then threw a very fierce punch. The power of this punch was even stronger than when he dealt with Lianel. Ling Xiao's entire right arm looked strange. His arm was covered with golden dragon scales, and one of his hands had turned into a dragon's claw. The terrifying fist force directly hit the air and made an explosive sound. It directly blasted towards Yang Cheng's weakest defense. Whirlwind and clouds! At the critical moment, milky white true essence burst out from Yang Cheng's body and then turned into a fierce wind, completely enveloping him. Then, with him as the center, the fierce wind turned into a tornado and swept towards the surrounding area. This power was very domineering and terrifying. It was like a real tornado that wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Boom boom! The tornado and the dragon claw collided, making a terrifying sound that made many people's eardrums feel like they were about to burst. The scene was extremely shocking. Gulp! The spectators couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This scene was even more exciting than the previous battle between Yang Qing and Lu Chang. They didn't even want to blink because they really didn't want to miss such an exciting battle. After the explosion, blood seeped out of the corner of Yang Cheng's mouth, but he didn't seem to be seriously injured. He stood there with his hair disheveled, like a sword god descending to the mortal world. He had already drawn the long sword in his hand. Facing Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Ling Xiao's light figure landed on the edge of the challenge platform as if he was weightless. His face was slightly pale, but he didn't seem to be injured. Half-step master, your true essence is indeed vigorous. Especially Yang Qing, he's worthy of being the 10th outer disciple. His expression was as indifferent as ever. He looked at Yang Qing and thought about the next battle. Yang Qing's strength didn't exceed his estimation. He was indeed very powerful and definitely wouldn't be defeated that easily. Compared to Yang Qing, Lianel was simply a piece of trash. They were both half-step masters, but whether it was the ability to deal with the enemy or the intensity of their true essence, they were far apart. In the previous battle, if Yang Qing didn't act hastily and if he didn't directly find Yang Qing's weakness, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. Even if he relied on the 3rd level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, he would still be injured. Therefore, it was meaningless to just defend. He had to continue attacking. Yang Cheng stood there and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His pale face suddenly turned red. Good! That's great! Ling Xiao, you're indeed stronger than that trash Lianel. You can actually injure me. Even if it was a sneak attack, it's enough to be proud. However, this is the end for you. A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Really? You're so surprised that I injured you? If I defeated you, wouldn't you be committing suicide? Ling Xiao said with narrowed eyes. Chapter 276. Both of them were preparing for their next attack. The more powerful one was, the more cautious one had to be. No one was willing to reveal their trump card. During this time, the onlookers couldn't help but take a deep breath. The scene just now was so tense that they even forgot to breathe. Yang Qing's strength was needless to say, but what was up with Ling Xiao's movement skill? That speed! That level of strangeness! It was definitely not inferior to a half-step master, or even stronger. And the power of that punch was definitely not inferior to that of a half-step master. Was this guy really a peak 8th level martial vein realm martial master? Lan Yu, Zhao Ji, Suing, and He Sil were all surprised and in disbelief. Was Ling Xiao going to break the 100,000-year tradition of Yuhua school? He defeated a half-step master with his peak 8th level martial vein realm cultivation. Just as they thought of this, before they could catch their breath, the situation changed again. Yang Qing made his move. As a half-step master, he was actually injured by Ling Xiao, who was only a peak 8th level martial vein realm martial master. His face and self-esteem were both humiliated. Wind and cloud art. Spring wind and rain step. Wind and rain sword technique. Gold grade entry level internal cultivation skill. Gold grade entry level movement skill. Gold grade entry level sword technique. Yang Qing didn't hold back at all. Terrifying true origin leaked out from his body, causing a raging wind. His figure suddenly disappeared, like a raindrop in the wind, instantly pouncing on Ling Xiao. At this moment, except for Lan Yuer, Elder Bai, and a few others, no one could see Yang Qing's figure. The situation was exactly the same as when Ling Xiao attacked Yang Qing. It seemed that Yang Qing also wanted to show his strength in his movement skill and let Ling Xiao know how to be afraid. His spring wind and rain step and wind and rain sword technique complemented each other under the effect of wind and cloud art. Obviously, they had improved a lot. The speed of his movement skill was faster. The power of his sword technique was stronger. And the wind and rain true origin produced by wind and cloud art could be released without any hindrance. This was a perfect combination. I've long heard people say that the most frightening thing about Yang Qing is that his martial arts always complement each other. Even if he's at the same level, he's always much stronger than others. That's right, his arrogance is not without reason. To be able to enter the top 10 of the outer disciples, he naturally has his own unique advantages. The disciples below the stage were discussing animatedly. It was true that once an expert made a move, one would be able to tell whether or not he was an expert. From the looks of it, Yang Qing's movement technique didn't seem to be inferior to Ling Xiao's, and his attacks were even better. Under the cover of that terrifying true essence, Ling Xiao was like a small boat in the middle of the sea, capsized by the fierce waves in an instant, and then completely submerged. The third style of the Snow Lotus Sword technique, congealing water. The drifting snow sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's right hand. With a slash, a cold aura immediately covered the entire square. So cold! Many disciples below the stage couldn't help but shudder. The Snow Lotus Sword art was currently Ling Xiao's most powerful martial skill. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily use it. But today, under the condition of suppressing his cultivation, the Snow Lotus Sword art had no choice but to use it. Yang Qing was too strong, more than 10 times stronger than Li Ano. His sword looked like a crystal, and actually emitted a blue light. With this slash, Yang Qing's originally fierce aura instantly became stagnant. Yang Qing's wind cloud true essence was actually frozen. A very strange scene appeared on the stage. Yang Qing, who was originally close to Ling Xiao, seemed to have been frozen into an ice sculpture by the deep winter's cold. Pa! Although in a flash, the ice sculpture's shell shattered, and Yang Qing had already broken free from it, but because of this, his attack came to an abrupt end, and he frantically retreated. Because he was very clear that his true essence was not flowing smoothly, and at this time, forcefully attacking would not do him any good. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him, because this move also consumed a lot of his true essence. He was using the mountain river martial spirits, devouring true essence, ability to transform Yang Qing's wind cloud true essence into his own true essence. in order to make up for the previous consumption. Against Yangqing, he couldn't be careless at all, and he had to always maintain sufficient true essence. Snow Lotus Sword Art. Flying Snow. After a moment, Ling Xiao launched his attack. It was still the Snow Lotus Sword Art, but it had changed to the first move, Flying Snow. This first move was the fastest, and it was the most difficult to guard against. Behind him, the Blood Shadow Martial Spirit had already disappeared, and was replaced by the Dark Cloud Martial Spirit. This martial spirit, which he obtained from a ninja warrior, was most suitable for moves that could cause changes to the surrounding environment. Similar to wind, thunder, rain, lightning, snow, anything could be used. The Dark Cloud Martial Spirit condensed above Ling Xiao's head, and snowflakes drifted down from the dark cloud, accompanied by Ling Xiao's sword light, and instantly swept out, as if it had turned into a snow dragon. Kacha! Slash! Ling Xiao's sword directly pierced through the tornado surrounding Yangqing, and then penetrated his protective true essence, leaving a very obvious sword wound on Yangqing's shoulder. This was because Yangqing's movement skill was excellent, and he managed to dodge in time, otherwise, this sword would have directly taken his life. A half-step master was indeed powerful, but Ling Xiao's sword definitely had the power to kill a half-step master. Yangqing stared at the wound on his shoulder. Although it wasn't very serious, it was a very serious blow to Yangqing's self-confidence. This was already the third time that Ling Xiao had repelled him, and the second time that Ling Xiao had injured him. And he had yet to leave a single wound on Ling Xiao's body. At most, he had made Ling Xiao's face pale. Yang Cheng was actually injured again. Many onlookers even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, afraid that they had some kind of illusion. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao injure Yang Cheng again and again? In fact, this was not strange. Although Yang Cheng's strength was much stronger than Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial vein, he had fallen into Ling Xiao's control from the beginning. From Ling Xiao's first attack to Yangqing being repelled for the third time, Yangqing was completely led by the nose by Ling Xiao. Under such circumstances, Yangqing couldn't use all his energy to fight in order to be able to react in time. If he didn't use all his strength, he naturally wouldn't be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was in the soul entrancing state, so he could see everything clearly. He could even grasp Yangqing's true essence and blood circulation. He knew that not only was Yangqing's mind in a mess, but his true essence was also in a mess. Therefore, he suddenly attacked again. The fourth move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Icy Heart. The first move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Flying Snow. With the help of the fourth move and the enhancement of the Dark Cloud Martial Soul, Ling Xiao's Flying Snow sword shone brightly, and the snowflakes in the sky almost covered the entire platform. That sword was as gentle as the flying snow, but as refreshing as lightning. However, when it was released, it was so terrifying. Chapter 277. Even the flow of the wind followed Ling Xiao's drifting snow sword, as if adding a pair of wind wings to his drifting snow sword. If one looked carefully, Ling Xiao's right hand that was holding the sword changed again. It was still in the demonized state, but it was not a dragon claw, but an ancient giant ape's palm. Evil Beast Demon King, the king of all evil beasts. The demonization of the 9 devil divine art could naturally demonize part or all of the body into various kinds of evil beasts. Whether it was the ancient demon dragon or the ancient giant ape, they were just one type. Of course, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he could not fully utilize the power of demonization, but it was enough to greatly increase his attack and speed. This kid's moves can actually become stronger. He actually held back just now. Damn it! Yangqing was shocked and angry. He did not expect that not only could he not easily defeat Ling Xiao, but he was also completely suppressed by Ling Xiao. How could he accept this? Wind Sword Martial Spirit! Boom! After a terrifying explosion, a strange sword appeared behind Yangqing. It was surrounded by strong winds. It was the Wind Sword Martial Spirit, a type of sword martial spirit. Originally, Yang Cheng thought that he could defeat Ling Xiao without using his martial spirit. In that case, the impact on Ling Xiao would be even greater, and the victory would be even more shocking. But facing Ling Xiao's terrifying attack, he had no choice but to use his martial spirit. The wind sword martial spirit appeared. Yang Qing shook the long sword in his hand, and a fierce tornado broke through the air. Its power was obviously much stronger than before. The wind raged, as if it was going to blow the snow away. Humph, you really think you can turn the situation around with your martial spirit? Not a chance. Cherry tree martial spirit. Behind Ling Xiao, a giant tree suddenly appeared. Its huge branches and trunk blocked the attack of the wind. The dark cloud martial spirit and the cherry tree martial spirit worked together, and the two complete martial spirits released their power at the same time. In a flash, Yang Cheng's wind sword martial spirit was suppressed. The sword light kept flashing. Yang Cheng kept retreating. Deng! Deng! Thud! His figure was in a sorry state. There were already many wounds on his body. He was completely enveloped by Ling Xiao's sword light. This scene stunned all the spectators. They would never have thought that such a situation would occur. Yang Cheng has been completely suppressed. That Ling Xiao actually has 2 martial spirits, no, 3 martial spirits, and all of them are complete martial spirits. What a monster! No wonder he dares to challenge Yang Cheng. This brat really does have some skills. But even so, Yang Cheng shouldn't be in such a sorry state. What's going on? Who can tell me? Needless to say, the outer sect disciples were shocked. However, even people like Lan Yuer, Elder Bai, and He So couldn't help showing astonishment on their faces. Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi were completely petrified. Su Ying immediately knelt on the ground. She had always felt that Ling Zhao's killing of Zhueling was purely a sneak attack. She felt that as long as she joined Yuehua school, she would be able to avenge her fiancé sooner or later. But now, her confidence was gone. Who was Yang Cheng? Yang Cheng was the 10th strongest among the outer sect disciples and a half-step master. He was 10 times stronger than Lianel. Everyone knew his strength. But now, he was being suppressed by a peak level 8 martial vein master. He couldn't even take care of himself. Wind and Cloud Dragon! Roared just as Yang Cheng was about to be forced to the edge of the stage. A dragon's roar suddenly rang out. The wind sword martial spirit behind him showed a faint shadow of a dragon. It seemed that the martial spirit was coiled by a divine dragon. At this moment, a terrifyingly powerful true origin chi burst out from his body and rushed forward, towards Ling Xiao. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Below the stage, more than a dozen outer sect disciples were covered in blood. They were obviously seriously injured. A few of them even had their bones broken. Send him for treatment. The rest of you stand back. Elder Bai's voice rang out. He had not expected the battle to have such a turn of events. Yang Cheng's wind and cloud art had broken through at the critical moment and reached the transcendent stage, forming a terrifying scene. The power of this move was too great. Among the dozen or so outer sect disciples who were injured, 4 of them were potential inner sect disciples who were ranked in the top 30. The rest were peak level 9 martial vein masters. But he was injured to such an extent. Wouldn't Ling Xiao, a peak level 8 martial vein master, be blown to pieces? Elder Bai was a little worried. If something happened to Ling Xiao, wouldn't Hall Master Yang fight him to the death? However, when the smoke dissipated, Ling Xiao was floating in the air without a trace of injury on his body. Even his clothes weren't dirty. It turned out that at that moment, Ling Xiao had analyzed the terrifying power of Yang Cheng's attack, so he gave up on continuing to attack. Instead, he suddenly escaped and flew into the air with the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel. He easily dodged the attack, but the martial artists behind him who were watching the show had to suffer. Yang Cheng's face was gloomy. His clothes were tattered and there were several bloodstains on his body. However, his wounds had already healed. His breathing had also returned to normal, but he was still panting heavily. Seeing Ling Xiao land on the ground, his eyes revealed a trace of fear. This was originally supposed to be a fun battle. They could just casually kill one of the beasts and obtain a 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus. But he never expected this. The housefly had suddenly turned into an ancient giant beast, making him tired of dealing with it. If it wasn't for the wind and cloud art breaking through under great pressure, he would have been defeated. How lucky! Isn't Ling Xiao a little too terrifying? How can he be so strong? Yeah, even Yang Qing couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Liano's loss is not unjust. Humph, it's more than that. Look at the situation of the two. Yang Qing is in a sorry state, but Ling Xiao is completely calm. I don't even know who is a half-step master. The audience had retreated a lot, but it didn't affect their discussion. In my opinion, Ling Xiao is only strong in his movement and attack, but his defense is weak. The one who spoke was a quasi-inner disciple, a half-step master. Why? Lu Chang, who was also a quasi-inner disciple, asked. The reason is very simple. Have you guys noticed that from the start of the fight until now, Ling Xiao has basically never met Yang Qing head-on? Once Yang Qing's attack has the potential to injure him, he will immediately dodge. This shows that his body is relatively weak, and his defense can't withstand a single blow. Aren't many warriors like this? The quasi-inner disciple said with certainty. Yes, senior brother, you are right. Although it seems that Ling Xiao has the advantage now, as long as senior brother Yang touches him, he will definitely be finished. Li Anil had been treated. Although his injuries couldn't be healed so quickly, he could at least speak. He also supported the quasi-inner disciple's opinion. Chapter 278. Lu Chang shook his head and said, Who told you that a powerful attack and movement skill can't mean a powerful defense? Lu Chang, have you seen anyone who can perfectly achieve these 3 points? Li Anil asked. No, I haven't. Lu Chang thought for a moment. A person's energy was limited. If one was involved in too many things, it would be impossible to cultivate to the strongest level. Ling Xiao's attack and movement skill had undoubtedly reached the level of a half-step master. He was even one of the best among the half-step masters. It was not easy to balance these two aspects. Very few people could do it. How could he want to do the same in defense? That was impossible. Was Ling Xiao still human? Well, his defense might not be strong, but it shouldn't be too weak. Lu Chang couldn't insist on his opinion. Even if his defense is not too weak, he will be killed instantly if his defense is not at the level of a half-step master. Do you believe it? Li Anil smiled proudly. Originally, he was already a little worried, but after such an analysis, his confidence in Yang Qing suddenly increased in an instant. Lu Chang didn't say anything. He had been defeated by Yang Qing before, so he knew how powerful Yang Qing's attack was. Now that Yang Qing's wind and cloud art had reached the transcendent realm, his attack would only be stronger. Sigh, could it be that Ling Xiao is just a shooting star that suddenly rose and will fall in the blink of an eye? Deep in his heart, Lu Chang hoped that Ling Xiao would break the rules. It was not only because he wanted to take revenge for his loss to Yang Qing, but more importantly, he felt that if someone could break the rules, it meant that he could do it too. It was also a way to increase his confidence. However, after the analysis of Li Anil and the other half-step inner disciple, he lost his hope. Yes, it was just a flash in the pan. How could a martial master at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein be a match for a half-step master? His defense was his fatal weakness. Ling Xiao, your arrogance ends here. I admit that I underestimated you. But now you will suffer my most ruthless counterattack. I will let you know the price of injuring a half-step inner disciple. The wounds all over Yang Qing's body had already healed. As long as it was not a severed limb, this kind of recovery ability was not a big deal for a half-step master. Immediately after, the crazy true essence that he had used to attack Ling Xiao was once again released. The giant sword that had been wrapped in the wind whistled behind his back. It was obvious that it was more frightening than ever before. At that moment, Yang Qing's aura rose to the peak. There was actually a faint aura of a transcendent realm cultivator. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. It had to be said that the current Yangqing was indeed much stronger than before. Coo! The audience swallowed their saliva again, waiting for the next tense scene. Wind and cloud dragon. Wind and rain dragon roar. Yangqing slowly raised the sword in his hand. At that moment, there was no one else in his eyes. Ling Xiao was completely locked in his aura. Above the long sword, there was a layer of solid true yuan. Compress! Compress! Compress again! This true essence was compressed to the extreme, as if it could explode at any time. Roar as Yangqing swung the sword, the roar of a dragon rang out. No, it was more like the roar of a dragon. The long sword emitted an extremely strange spiral-shaped sword qi, which resembled a spiraling divine dragon. When the air was completely distorted by the pressure, the spiraling sword qi, which was only a foot long, began to explode when it was 2 or 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as if he could see a wind dragon tearing through the void and rushing towards him, wanting to swallow him whole. This Yangqing, I didn't expect that not only did he break through the wind and cloud secret art, but he also comprehended the killing move of the wind and rain sword art. It seems that Ling Xiao is really in trouble. Elder Bai sighed. He had not expected that everything Ling Xiao had done would actually be for the benefit of someone else. Not only had he failed to defeat Yangqing, he had even allowed Yangqing to break through the shackles of his inner force mantra under immense pressure. He had even comprehended a powerful sure-kill technique. Under this unprecedentedly powerful killing move, Ling Xiao could feel that his true yuan was becoming sluggish. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe smoothly. When he was locked in by this move, he knew that he couldn't rely on his movement technique to avoid it. This was because the speed of this move was even faster than his movement technique. You don't want me to dodge? Then I won't dodge it. At this moment, what he needed most was defense. Therefore, his martial soul changed again. Thunder Bear martial soul. That's right, it was a complete martial soul, not a remnant. After joining the Yuhua school, he realized that all the outer disciples of the Yuhua school had complete martial souls. At first, he didn't understand why. Later, he asked Old Hall Master Yang and understood that due to the Mountain River martial soul's reappearance in the world, the Yuhua school's Moonlight Pagoda was able to display its former power. As long as one entered the Yuhua school, the remnant martial soul would naturally improve rapidly until it became a complete martial soul. This was also the reason why Dai Yuling's martial soul was close to being a complete martial soul. His remnant martial soul was originally more complete than Dai Yuling's. Therefore, at this moment, his remnant martial soul had completely transformed into a complete martial soul. However, the improvement wouldn't be as fast. He still had to take it step by step. The Moonlight Pagoda could only help the remnant martial soul quickly improve. He believed that the other sects should have similar things. After using the Thunder Bear martial soul, Ling Xiao didn't stop increasing his defense. The third level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor. The 9 Demons Divine Art, Evil Beast Demon King, Complete Demonization. Ling Xiao's body underwent a huge change. At this moment, he was more like a Dragon Clan warrior wrapped in golden scales. Because it wasn't suitable for him to use a sword in this state, he withdrew the drifting snow sword and aimed his fists at Yangqing. Sizzle! Lightning came from the Thunder Bear martial soul and wrapped around his fists. No, to be precise, it was a pair of dragon claws. The Divine Hell King Fist, Thunder Kill. The Divine Hell King Fist under the Thunder Bear martial soul increased in power. In terms of momentum, it wasn't inferior to Yang Cheng's sword move. However, Ling Xiao knew that the purpose of this move wasn't to attack the opponent, but to offset part of the attack power of the opponent's sword move. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. In an instant, the sound of thunder exploded. A pair of dragon claws wrapped in lightning struck the wind dragon. Boom! The wind dragon and the dragon claws met. Suddenly, 2 terrifying forces intertwined. A huge explosion sounded. A terrifying true origin vortex appeared between the two of them. The two different types of true origin intertwined. In an instant, there was no difference in strength. The people below were shocked to the core. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. The two people on the stage didn't give way to each other. Boom! Chapter 279. In this collision, Yang Qing had the absolute upper hand. His attack suppressed Ling Xiao's attack. However, the strange thing was that Yang Qing was pushed back 7 or 8 steps by the recoil. Ling Xiao was only pushed back 7 or 8 steps by the attack. His face turned pale for a moment, but it recovered in an instant. It was as if he was not injured at all. He was indeed not injured. Yang Qing's attack was not weak, but after being filtered by the 3 layers of Thunderclap Extermination, Demonized Body, and Sky Dragon Scale Armor, when it hit his body, it only had the force of impact. And his valiant body did not care about this bit of power at all. Others thought that Ling Xiao was most outstanding in his body movement and attack. In fact, he was most proud of his defense and body. What's going on? That Ling Xiao was clearly hit by Senior Yang's attack, but he was not injured? Liano could not sit still and exclaimed. Isn't that simple? His defense is probably not inferior to Jin Ming's at all. In my opinion, his defense is his most outstanding point. At this time, Lu Chang was excited. He originally thought that everything would be settled after this exchange, but he did not expect Ling Xiao to give him another surprise. This is impossible. Could it be that he cultivated a gold-grade entry-level defensive martial art? And that he cultivated it to the perfection stage? Otherwise, he would not be able to block this attack. You and I both know the power of this attack very well. Nothing is impossible. This kid is a professional in surprises. Who would have thought that he could fight Yang Cheng until now? Who would have thought that he could actually injure Yang Cheng? Who would have thought that he would have no less than 4 martial spirits? This is something that only people with special physiques can do. Lu Chang's continuous questions made Li Anil and the other prospective inner disciples who supported Yang Qing speechless. On the challenge stage, the battle was still ongoing. Yang Qing saw that his first attack was not effective, so he took the opportunity to launch a second attack. Still, Wind and Rain Dragon Roar. With the perfection stage Wind and Cloud art, he could launch this attack several times in a row. Although it consumed a lot of energy, in order to defeat Ling Xiao, he did not hesitate. The same move won't work on me. Ling Xiao sneered and went up to meet him again. Divine Hell King's Fist, Thunderclap Ghost King Annihilation. Because he had a general understanding of Yang Cheng's move, Ling Xiao adopted a different attack strategy. The killing move was even more powerful. However, Ghost King Annihilation was much easier to grasp. Furthermore, it had a greater impact on one's soul. Ling Xiao had always believed that it was not necessary to use the strongest move, but to use it according to the situation. Under such circumstances, the slightly weaker Ghost King Annihilation was more suitable for his strategy. Although the momentum of this punch was not as strong as before, the phantom of the Ghost King was still quite intimidating. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's attack this time wasn't aimed directly at the front. His punch was aimed at the weakest point of his opponent's sword technique. He didn't know about it earlier, so there was nothing he could do about it. Now that he knew, he naturally had to make use of it. Seeing this, it was already impossible for Yang Qing to change his move. The attack power of this move was too strong. He couldn't control it at will. This was a sure kill move. Ling Xiao was all too clear about it. Bang! Bang! Ling Xiao's punch firmly hit the weakest point of Yang Cheng's sword technique. It was obviously weaker than the previous Thunderclap Life Annihilation, but the effect was even more shocking. The swaggering Wind Dragon was completely scattered. Then, Ling Xiao continued to press forward, not giving Yang Qing any chance to think. Yang Qing hurriedly responded, thrusting out his sword continuously. The power of his moves was getting worse and worse. It looked like he was at the end of his rope. Bang bang! Bang bang! Bang! After a few exchanges, Ling Xiao's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. As the battle dragged on, his true essence was constantly replenished. However, Yang Qing's true essence was constantly being consumed, and it was a huge consumption. At this time, the battle had already lasted for half an hour. Yang Qing's true essence was really being consumed. One was getting stronger and stronger. The other was getting weaker and weaker. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this situation. Looking at the two people who were constantly exchanging blows on the stage, the spectating outer court disciples all had an indescribable feeling. It was obvious that if Yang Qing didn't have any trump cards, he would definitely lose this time. Ling Xiao was a complete dark horse. His terrifying battle strength had completely intimidated most of the outer court disciples. It was believed that after this battle, other than the top 10 outer court disciples, no one would dare to easily find trouble with him. Even those in the top 10 of the outer sect would have to consider the consequences of losing to him. Senior brother Yang won't lose, he definitely won't lose. Ling Xiao is only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. His true essence can't be stronger than senior brother Yang's. More vigorous. Ouch. Li Anil was really unwilling to believe the truth in front of his eyes. He almost shouted himself hoarse. The original wound tore open and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Didn't you say that the top 10 guys all have trump cards? Yang Qing should also take it out, right? Lu Chang suddenly said. Yes. That's right. The top 10 outer court disciples all have precious grade artifacts, but senior brother Yang is still using his discarded fine grade artifact sword. Li Anil's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a treasured spear. There was no reason why Yang Qing didn't have a treasure of that level. Since he couldn't win with his strength, then there was nothing wrong with relying on his treasured weapon to win. It was better than losing miserably. Yang Qing should have 2 precious artifacts. One of them is a weapon, but I'm not sure about the other one. Lu Chang muttered. If he takes out his treasured weapon, Ling Xiao will probably still lose. It's such a pity. The old outer court disciples all knew about this, but they also didn't feel good in their hearts. A dignified top 10 outer court disciple actually had to use a treasured weapon to win. If this were to spread out, they would probably laugh to death. No, this guy's true essence seems to be endless, getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, I will definitely lose. On the stage, Yang Qing was extremely depressed. It seems that I can only use that thing. After all, he still cared about his face, so from the beginning, he didn't plan to use a stronger treasure to crush his opponent. But Ling Xiao's performance was too monstrous and too unexpected. According to common sense, a martial master at the peak of the 8th layer of the martial vein should have exhausted his true essence by now. Even an early or middle 9th layer martial vein master should have almost exhausted his true essence. But this kid was too strange. Of course, he didn't know that Ling Xiao's total true essence was no less than a 1st layer transcendent realm cultivator. Not to mention, the mountain river martial spirit had the special ability to devour true essence, and could constantly replenish it. If Ling Xiao's true essence was exhausted, then Yang Qing's true essence should have been exhausted even earlier. Below the stage, Lan Yu's beautiful eyes were dull. Chapter 280. Lan Yu's eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. In all fairness, if they were at the same cultivation level, no, even if it was Yang Qing, she would at most be evenly matched with Ling Xiao. It was absolutely impossible for her to win. This little brat was simply a true monster. She had been worried that he would be taught a lesson by Yang Qing, but now it seemed that her worries were completely unnecessary. She suddenly had a strange thought. She was now a 9th layer transcendent realm master. Perhaps in a year or 2, this Ling Xiao would catch up or even surpass her. It's time to end this. Just as Lan Yu was thinking, she suddenly heard Yang Qing's voice. At that moment, Yang Qing suddenly took out a golden ball-shaped object from his pocket. That's a treasure-grade artifact hidden weapon! Lan Yu couldn't help but feel her heart in her throat. A treasure-grade artifact was extremely powerful, especially in the hands of a half-step grandmaster. It could easily kill cultivators below the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Apart from the inner sect disciples, only the top 10 outer sect disciples were qualified to obtain such an artifact. Ling Xiao, be careful! Lan Yue couldn't help but shout. She knew that a treasure-grade artifact's hidden weapon had terrifying lethality. Ling Xiao naturally knew this as well. Furthermore, the moment Yang Qing took out that item, he understood what was going on. This battle couldn't continue. If the other side used a treasure-grade artifact, this battle would lose its meaning of training. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He didn't want that to happen. One had to know that the reason he challenged Li Anil and Yang Qing today was to take revenge and teach them a lesson. If he was beaten badly instead, what was the point of fighting? It was indeed time to end this. Ice Heart Terrifying Finger. Until today, Ling Xiao still didn't understand what kind of martial art this terrifying finger was. He had learned this move from the blue-clothed woman he met in the dragon-subduing mountain range and had almost perfected it. But the more he used it, the more frightened he became. This was because this move, in terms of damage to the body, was not inferior to the Snow Lotus Sword technique. In terms of lethality to the soul, it far surpassed all his other moves. The only problem was that it consumed a lot of energy. And the more perfect it was, the greater the consumption. This was also the reason why he didn't want to use this move too often. Today, the combination of the Ice Heart and the terrifying finger could be considered a brand new attempt. He had used it on his martial spirit avatar before. Ice Heart could freeze the body and soul with the finger of terror. This move did not have the slightest bit of momentum. It was plain to the extreme. He simply raised his hand and slowly pointed a finger. But the moment he made his move, the spiritual ether at his fingertips turned into a thin ray of light. Suddenly, it swallowed the surrounding natural ether. How did he know this move? Elder Bai stood up abruptly. His expression was uncertain, but he also seemed to be a little confused. No, it seems a little different. But why is the aura so similar? In fact, Elder Bai was not the only one who was surprised. Lan Yue was also surprised. She also felt a familiar aura from Ling Gao's terrifying finger. But he couldn't be sure at the moment. What is he doing? This was Yang Qing's thought before he collapsed. He was prepared to use the most lethal weapon among the treasured artifacts to end the battle. But suddenly, he saw Ling Xiao pointing at him. There was no reaction at all. He only felt pain on his body, and then his whole body was filled with a cold aura. Especially in the depths of his soul, it was as if it was completely frozen in an instant. Bang! Yang Qing fell straight on the stage. A small bloody hole was very conspicuous on his shoulder. If it wasn't for the fact that this was an exchange of pointers within the sect, this small hole would have appeared in between Yang Qing's eyebrows or his heart. He had really managed to save his life. Suddenly, Yang Qing, who was lying on the ground, let out a heart-wrenching scream. He began to roll around crazily and began to scratch his head as if he wanted to dig it out. Boom! Due to carelessness, the treasured artifact that he had prepared to use to attack Ling Xiao was activated. It was a fire and lightning attribute hidden weapon. After it exploded, Yang Qing's whole body was covered in blood. It was a ghastly sight, and his face was almost unrecognizable. Even his eyeballs were blown out of their sockets. Both of his legs had long been blown to God knows where. He had become a cripple. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he attacked first. Otherwise, if he was hit by this hidden weapon, even if he didn't die, he would be severely crippled. This Yang Qing had completely forgotten the sect's rules. In his rage, he wanted to cripple Ling Xiao. In the end, he suffered the consequences of his own actions. Sympathy? Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest sympathy. He really wanted to kill this kind of person, but he couldn't do it because of the sect's rules. What a terrifying finger! Although many people didn't see clearly what happened with Ling Xiao's finger, they saw the result clearly. Yang Qing was crippled. This scene caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Even if the hidden weapon didn't explode, Yang Qing's heart-wrenching scream made people shudder. Is it really our sex dragon slaying finger? Elder Bai was still puzzled by this question. Lan Yu also had the same question. On the stage, Yang Cheng had already fainted. Someone had already carried him off the stage and sent him to the medicine hall for treatment. No matter what, Yang Cheng was still a disciple of the Yuehua school. He still needed to be treated. As for what would happen in the future, it wasn't something they should consider now. Elder Bai, aren't you going to announce the result? Ling Xiao looked at Elder Bai and asked. Oh yes, the result. Elder Bai recovered from his thoughts and announced loudly. Ling Xiao challenged the 10th outer disciple, Yang Qing, and won. He will replace Yang Qing and become the 10th inner disciple. Elder Bai's slightly agitated voice echoed in the square. Originally, he only had a little bit of expectation for Ling Xiao. He didn't expect this kid to really do it. It was too surprising. Go back and tell the top 30 outer disciples who didn't come to watch the battle. If you continue to be stubborn, you will only be defeated one by one, just like Yang Cheng's ending today. Taking advantage of Yang Cheng's defeat, Elder Bai also said what he wanted to say. This was what he had always wanted to express. It was a pity that in the past, no one could challenge the foundation of the top 30 outer disciples. His words obviously didn't have much effect, but it was completely different today. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He didn't care about Elder Bai's purpose. He only cared that after this battle, no one would come looking for trouble. He looked coldly at Lianel and the others. Chapter 281. Lianel slumped to the ground. No matter what, he wouldn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao. As for Tian Chao, who had once caused trouble for Ling Xiao, he directly knelt on the ground and kept muttering something. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He wasn't a person who would take advantage of others. As long as these people didn't provoke him in the future, he wouldn't bother to deal with them. As for Lianel and Yang Qing, he left them for Wu Xiang. He didn't need to kill them. In the cave house in the distance, He Saw had been watching the battle. Damn it, Master said that we don't need to pay attention to this person and that he won't be able to cause any trouble. But now, this kid has already defeated Yang Qing and established his prestige in the outer sect. In the future, he might become a big problem. He Saw was different from the flame deity. The flame deity didn't bother to care about the younger generation, especially one with no talent. He was very busy. How could he be in the mood to care about this? But He Saw didn't care. He had been paying attention to Ling Xiao since the day he entered Yuehua school. Ling Xiao, this guy, although his talent wasn't very good, his fighting skills were too amazing. He had repeatedly beaten the people he sent. Now, he had hooked up with Lan Yu. Originally, he thought that Yang Qing could easily defeat Ling Xiao and embarrass this kid in front of Lan Yu. Then, Lan Yu wouldn't mix with this kid. But who knew that the result would be the opposite of what he wanted? He was so angry that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. But he knew that he couldn't do that. Not to mention that he couldn't get past Elder Bai. Even with Ling Xiao's movement technique, he might not be able to catch up. Now that this kid was protected by Lan Yu and Hall Master Yang, he couldn't do anything unless he didn't want to stay in Yuehua school anymore. With these people protecting him, even his master, the flame deity, wouldn't be able to do anything. Senior brother He Saw, aren't you thinking too highly of this Ling Xiao? The reason Yang Qing lost was purely because he neglected his cultivation. Jin Ming, who was sitting beside He Saw, was very calm. He said he was going into seclusion, but he was actually in He Saw's cave. With He Saw's guidance, his improvement was naturally faster. You think so? He Saw asked. That's right, that's right. Yang Qing has been very complacent recently. He's been slacking in his cultivation. It's already good enough that his strength hasn't regressed. It's impossible for him to make any progress. He only has himself to blame for losing to Ling Xiao today, Jin Ming said indifferently. Then do you have the confidence to defeat Ling Xiao? He Saw asked again. Jin Ming nodded and said, Senior brother He Saw, you're overestimating others' morale and diminishing your own. Against this little brat Ling Xiao, I can win in less than 5 moves. Heiso didn't doubt Jin Ming's statement because Jin Ming was simply a martial arts fanatic and would never lie. Unless he misjudged Ling Xiao's strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to exaggerate. The top 10 of the outer sect were all difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao actually took so long to deal with the weakest 10th place disciple, and in the end, he was almost overturned by Ling Xiao. It was enough to show that Ling Xiao's strength was just SOSO. And in the top 10, every time one moved up a rank, their strength would more than double. The further one went, the more terrifying their strength would be. The top 3 outer sect disciples even had the experience of defeating a first-order transcendent realm cultivator. And Jin Ming was one of these 3 people. If he could even defeat a transcendent realm master, what could Ling Xiao, a mere peak 8th layer martial vein, count as? Thinking of this, Heiso couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was really a little too nervous. In fact, it was completely unnecessary. Elder He is here. Since you're here, come and have a cup of tea. Suddenly, Heiso cupped his fist towards a dark corner. Elder He, like Elder Bai, was one of the 2 great elders of the outer sect. He was responsible for daily affairs and his strength was second only to the hall master of the outer sect main hall. And this Elder He was from the same clan as Heiso, so their relationship was very good. In addition, Elder He had been taken care of by the flame deity in the past, so if the flame deity or Heiso needed anything, he would usually help. Greetings, Elder He. Jin Ming got up and bowed his head. This Elder He was also a 9th layer Transcendent Realm Master. Although Jin Ming could defeat a first-order Transcendent Realm Cultivator, in front of a 9th layer Transcendent, he was just an ant. So, naturally, he had to be respectful. No need for formalities, Heiso. I've observed this Ling Xiao that you're talking about. It's really amazing. I don't know what his talent is, but his combat ability is definitely too outstanding. Even this old man can't compare to him. Elder He was dressed in black and his face was haggard, as if he was about to become a skeleton. But one couldn't underestimate this person. Even the flame deity had to show him some respect. After all, a 9th layer Transcendent Realm Master could break through to the Heaven Realm at any time. Is he really that powerful? Heiso frowned. Haha, but you don't have to worry. Although his combat skills are superb, they are limited to those below the Transcendent Realm. Jin Ming was right just now. He should be able to easily defeat Ling Xiao, but 5 moves won't be enough, at least 30. Elder He smiled as he sat down. He took a sip of tea and said, Don't worry. Jin Ming frowned but didn't dare to refute. Elder He, that little brat Ling Xiao once injured me, disrespected my honored master, and is also the disciple of that old man Bai Yun. Can't you find an excuse to teach him a lesson? I don't need you to do anything, just don't let him grow. Heiso said as he poured tea for Elder He. Teach him a lesson? Haha, do you want me to offend Old Hall Master Yang and Sister Lan? Elder Black sneered. Not to mention that we can't afford to provoke Miss Lan's master, nor can we afford to provoke Heavenly Venerable Devil Flame. Let's just talk about Old Hall Master Yang. I still want to get more pills from him. If I offend him, how much will I lose? That can't be, Elder He. That Ling Xiao is just doing odd jobs in the medicine hall. Could it be that Old Hall Master Yang will make things difficult for you because of him? Heiso asked in confusion. What do you know? Old Hall Master Yang wanted to accept that brat as a disciple many times, saying that the brat has talent in alchemy, but that brat actually refused to acknowledge him as a master, and was only willing to follow him as a medicine boy. Elder He scolded. But this old man has talked with Old Hall Master Yang before. He really trains this brat as his successor and cherishes him. With his temper, if anyone really dares to bully Ling Xiao, Old Hall Master Yang will definitely explode. What? Heiso was even angrier. How could Ling Xiao be so lucky? He actually found such a good backer as soon as he entered the sect, so that he couldn't deal with this brat openly. You can't do it openly, but you can still make things difficult for him behind his back, but the risk is too great. Haha, this old man won't do a losing business, Elder He suddenly said. When He Saw heard this, he secretly scolded this old thing for being insatiably greedy. But sometimes being insatiable was a good thing, as long as he could do things for him after being greedy. Don't worry, Elder Hay, the benefits I gave you in the past will be doubled. What do you think? He Saw said with a smile. Seeing that you and I are of the same clan, this old man will give you a discount. Increase it tenfold, this old man can consider it. Chapter 282. Old Fox. Bah! Looking at Elder Hay's back, He Saw couldn't help but curse. Elder Hay's request was too high. He couldn't satisfy him with 10 times the reward. But it didn't matter. He didn't dare to deal with Ling Xiao openly, but he could do it secretly. Moreover, no one would say anything if he did it according to the sect's rules. After the battle between Ling Xiao and Yang Qing, he could feel that his comprehension of Snow Lotus Sword technique and Divine Prison King Fist had improved. This was the benefit of actual combat. It was definitely not something that could be achieved by sitting there and cultivating. He wasn't injured, but he had consumed a lot of energy. However, in front of outsiders, he didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. Just like before, he slowly walked down the challenge stage, facing the fearful and jealous gazes of all the outer disciples below the stage. He walked to Lan Yu's side. Senior sister, I didn't let you down, right? He grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth, showing the innocence of a child. Yes, he was only 14 years old now. Wasn't he just a child? Humph, you actually made us worry. How should I punish you? Lan Yu said angrily. Why don't I invite senior sister, Old Hall Master Yang, and you Ling to have a meal together? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Okay, but you have to cook it yourself. Moreover, the ingredients must be at least 100 years old. Otherwise, it won't be good for us martial artists. Lan Yu said with a smile. This wasn't the first time she showed a bright smile in front of Ling Xiao. Thanks to Ling Xiao, the other outer sect disciples had a feast for their eyes today. More than 100 years old? Okay, no problem. Ling Xiao thought about it. In his mountain river world, there were not only 100-year-old ginseng and antler, but also 100-year-old pheasant. In addition, there were also some 100-year-old seasonings. It shouldn't be a problem to make a ginseng chicken soup. So he agreed. Only he could do it. Others really didn't have this ability. It was too extravagant to use 100-year-old ingredients to make dishes. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. He believed that as his ability as master of the mountains and rivers continued to improve, he would be able to use materials that were 500 years old, 1,000 years old, or even 10,000 years old to make dishes at will. In fact, perhaps it was because he had once been a little beggar, but his desire for good food far surpassed his desire for pills. Fortunately, the two didn't contradict each other. In fact, if he understood pharmacology, it would be easier for him to match them when cooking dishes in the future. Keep bragging. Do you think it's so easy to get materials that are more than 100 years old? Lan Yu really didn't believe it. After all, the longest living person in Yuhua school was only 300 to 400 years old. Materials that were over 100 years old were really hard to come by. Ha! Congratulations, junior brother Ling. You've actually really defeated Li Anil and Yang Qing to become a quasi-inner court disciple in one go. You've simply revealed your invincible might, and it's truly admirable. Zhao Ji was the first to congratulate Ling Xiao. This person was not on the same side as Ling Xiao, but he had always tried his best not to offend Ling Xiao, which could be considered a very wise decision. Senior brother Ling is too awesome. Let's see how those old outer court disciples can still show off now. Especially that Li Anil, he even used a leather whip to whip us yesterday. Congratulations, senior brother Ling, congratulations, senior brother Ling. You're simply a role model for our generation. You've broken the 100,000-year-old record of Yuhua school. In fact, many outer court disciples were older than Ling Xiao. Since they had entered the sect at the same time, it was reasonable for them to address him as junior brother Ling Xiao, but they didn't dare to. Ling Xiao's strength made them fearful. Therefore, they simply addressed Ling Xiao as senior brother. It wasn't that they couldn't do this. After all, in the sect, strength was always respected. Zhao Xi couldn't lower herself to flatter Ling Xiao. This woman's personality was somewhat straightforward. Unfortunately, she couldn't lower herself to do so, and Ling Xiao wouldn't care about her. Su Ying, on the other hand, was dissatisfied. So what if you can defeat Yang Cheng? Your potential is not as good as mine. Even if you look very good now, you'll be worse than me in the future. Just wait and see. She gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Of course, she had to avenge her fiancé, but not now. This time, among the new disciples of Yuhua school, other than Ling Hao, who had been directly accepted as an inner court disciple by Heavenly Master Golden Light, Ling Xiao could be considered the first person to make it into the top 10 outer court disciples. After becoming a prospective inner court disciple, especially one of the top 10 prospective inner court disciples, Ling Xiao would have his own cave abode. This was more comfortable than living in the medicine hall's house. Of course, the best thing was that these cave abodes were built in places with abundant spirit qi and were protected by arrays. Not only would cultivation be twice the result with half the effort, but even if someone wanted to plot against him, they wouldn't be able to do it. As a prospective inner court disciple ranked 10th, the salary he received was naturally much higher than other outer court disciples. Ordinary outer court disciples only received 10 low-grade spirit stones and 10 low-grade yellow-grade spirit pills every month. As a prospective inner court disciple ranked 10th, this amount was 20 times more. Moreover, he didn't have to do heavy labor. He only had to focus on cultivation. In addition, he had some special privileges that other outer court disciples didn't dare to imagine. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had to challenge Yang Qing and Li Anil. However, these things would naturally be taken care of by the outer court disciples, so Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about it. What he needed to do was to go to the outer court headquarters to collect 10 low-grade yellow-grade spirit pills and a precious long spear. This was what Yang Qing and Li Anil had bet there. Of course, he also took back his 1,000-year golden snow lotus. He wasn't in a hurry to use this thing, so he still kept it in the mountain river world to cultivate. For things like medicinal herbs, the older they were, the more spiritual they would become, and the more beneficial they would be to martial artists. A low-grade yellow-grade spirit pill didn't sound like much, but it had to be known that this kind of spirit pill was actually better than the best pills in the secular world. It could even be said that this was a real pill. The pills in the secular world weren't real pills at all. When he returned to the medicine hall with Lan Yuer, old Hall Master Yang greeted him with a smile. He was the medicine hall's hall master, and was very concerned about Ling Xiao. Although he didn't say much, he asked Lan Yuer to tell him the result of the challenge immediately. If Ling Xiao was in danger, he would rush over immediately. "Kid, you're really good. You actually took care of those two brats. Well done, but don't be arrogant. A battle below the transcendent realm is just a small matter. In the future, you still have to concentrate on learning alchemy and become an outstanding alchemist." Old Hall Master Yang always felt that it would be a pity if Ling Xiao didn't become an alchemist. "Old Senior, you saw that I won. Shouldn't you give me a reward?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 283. Old Hall Master Yang took out a wooden box and placed a single pill inside. "Stingy, just one pill?" Ling Xiao certainly knew that this pill was extraordinary. He had read the basic alchemy, so he naturally understood what this pill's luster represented, and what its aura meant. This pill was at least a high-grade yellow-grade spirit pill. Even a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm Master would crazily fight over it. This pill was called the Transcendent Body Shaping Pill. Swallowing it would neither temper one's body nor improve one's cultivation. However, this pill had a very big effect, which was to improve one's martial arts aptitude and reshape one's body, making it easier for one to reach the Transcendent Realm. To put it simply, if a half-step Grandmaster swallowed this pill, their chances of breaking through to the Transcendent Realm would increase by 50%. If a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator swallowed this pill, their chances of breaking through to the heaven realm would increase by 20%. For Ling Xiao to say that he was stingy with such a powerful pill was purely a joke. This old man was really good to him. Stingy? If you don't want it, then forget it. No, of course I want it. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't want such a good thing? He was now an early 9th layer martial vein master, so his cultivation growth was a matter of course. Reaching the half-step grandmaster level was also a matter of course. But breaking through to the transcendent realm was a hurdle. With this transcendent body-shaping pill, he could basically fill up this hurdle. As long as he cultivated, with the increase of his true qi, breaking through to the transcendent realm would be a completely smooth matter. Senior sister, aren't you going to give me a reward? Ling Xiao looked at Lan Yue again and smiled brightly. He thought that Lan Yue would flatly refuse, but who knew that she would directly take out a colorful stone? This is a smelting stone! Ling Xiao exclaimed excitedly. You have good eyesight. You use a sword, but the treasure artifact you obtained from Lianel is a spear, so obviously it's not suitable for you. However, if you have a smelting stone, you can ask a skilled artifact refiner to smelt this spear into a sword. Lan Yue smiled and said, Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to use a mortal artifact as a mold. Hee, thank you, senior sister. Ling Xiao really did not expect that this senior sister, who was as cold as an iceberg, would actually be so meticulous. Knowing that he needed smelting stones, he prepared them for him. You're welcome. You promised to cook for us. Lan Yue smiled. Don't worry, I'll do it now. Ling Xiao, I also have a gift here. This is a martial yuan grass that I personally cultivated. It's not worth much, and it doesn't have any special effects. Although it's a little shabby, it's still a gift from me. Dai Yuling also prepared a gift for Ling Xiao. However, she naturally couldn't compare with Lan Yue and Hall Master Yang. She was a special disciple who had just joined Yuehua school, so she could only give him a gift that was more meaningful than a gift. Senior Sister Rain Spirit, you're too polite. I really like this gift. What Ling Xiao cared about wasn't the value of the gift, but the friendship. Who said that there couldn't be brotherhood between men and women? Dai Yuling, this girl, could become his best friend. Martial yuan grass is a medicinal herb that can only be cultivated by a plant martial spirit. This kind of grass doesn't exist in nature. Lan Yue said. Under 100 years, this grass doesn't have any special effects. However, once it's over 100 years old, martial yuan grass will become a treasure. It's a versatile grass that can replace all kinds of precious herbs in alchemy. So, I actually got a treasure. Ling Xiao smiled and said. You have to live for 100 years first. Work hard to reach the transcendent realm, then you can increase your lifespan by 100 years. Lan Yue said. Ling Xiao secretly thought, 1 year in my mountain river world is equivalent to 100 years. So, as long as I cultivate this martial yuan grass in my body for a year, it can achieve the desired effect. However, he wouldn't say this out loud. After that, Ling Xiao personally cooked. He used 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old pheasant, 100-year-old garlic, 100-year-old velvet, and 100-year-old spices to make a big pot of ginseng, velvet, and chicken soup. After this pot of soup, Dai Yuling directly returned to her room to cultivate. The spirit qi was too abundant. She was probably going to break through soon. After all, Dai Yuling was already at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. She wasn't far from breaking through. Old senior sister, I'll go back to my cave and use this smelting stone and transcendent body-shaping pill. Ling Xiao also got up and said goodbye. Okay, you've fought a big battle today. You're probably tired. Have a good rest. Come back tomorrow. This old man has something important to tell you. Old Hall Master Yang said mysteriously. Can't you tell me today? Ling Xiao asked curiously. No. All right then, I'll see you both tomorrow. On the same day, Ling Xiao returned to his cave. Although this place couldn't be compared to the cave of an inner disciple, it was still much better than an ordinary residence. He rested for a moment before consuming the transcendent body-shaping pill along with the remaining heaven essence bone-changing pill. With the advancement of his strength and the constant strengthening of his body, the medicinal strength he could withstand was also getting stronger. This was not a big deal. The originally ferocious medicinal strength, in Ling Zhao's eyes, had become gentle. It flowed through his meridians into his internal organs, seeped into his flesh and bones, and began to be absorbed. To give an inappropriate example, Ling Zhao's previous meridians were equivalent to a small river. If there was a flood, it would definitely break the river bank. But now, his meridians were equivalent to a large river. Even the small river's water had become a trickle. It was also because of this that the medicinal strength could enter his body so gently, as if it was a tonic. Even if the speed was very fast, it wouldn't cause much of an impact on him. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to do it. If it were Dai Yuling, or even Ming Tian, they would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Ling Xiao operated the superior gold-grade defensive martial art, Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, combined with the quasi-gold-grade inner force cultivation method, Snow Lotus Truth, to speed up the absorption of the medicinal strength. At the same time, he continued to strengthen his body. In the process of accelerating the absorption of the medicinal strength, there was only a slight numbness, and it still didn't hurt. Looking at his body with his soul, Ling Xiao could clearly see that his body was slowly being transformed by the transcendent body-shaping pill. This kind of transformation was not only a transformation of the flesh and blood, but also deep into the cells. At the same time, he operated the Mountain River Martial Spirit. From the Mountain River Martial Spirit, a cool power naturally flowed out and combined with the energy of the transcendent body-shaping pill, continuing to strengthen his body and transform his body. He had long discovered that the Mountain River Martial Spirit could transform his body. Chapter 284. Before Ling Xiao fused with the Mountain and River Martial Spirit, his aptitude was on par with Ming Tian and Ling Hao. However, after the transformation of the Mountain and River Martial Spirit, he could clearly feel that not only had his martial arts aptitude soared, even his memory, perception, and so on had all improved. The Mountain and River Martial Spirit did not feel like a simple auxiliary tool. It had gradually merged with Ling Zhao's soul. As the degree of fusion deepened, his body would continue to transform and improve in all aspects. The awakening of the Mountain and River Martial Spirit was actually very sudden. It was triggered by the remnant scroll that his grandfather, Hong Qi, had given him. He now had some doubts. Was his grandfather, Hong Qi, really a beggar? Who were his parents? Ling Zhao's suspicions were not without basis. As his horizons broadened, he began to understand the terror of the Mountain and River Martial Spirit. If Hong Qi was just an ordinary person, how could he have such a valuable thing? Forget it, let's not worry about it for now. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. One day, the answers to these questions will be revealed. He believed that Hong Qi would not harm him. Perhaps for some reason, there were some things that he could not tell him. Then he could only increase his strength to make Hong Qi believe that he had the ability to protect himself. Other than that, there was probably no other way. About 2 hours passed. Ling Zhao's entire body was actually excreted a layer of black and smelly viscous liquid. This kind of thing was the impurities in the body. It was not the first time he had seen it. Ling Xiao knew very well that this meant that his body had once again become closer to the body of an extraordinary being. His entire body and soul had been sublimated. In the true sense, he had been reborn. Combined with some of the things he had comprehended after the battle with Yang Qing and Liano, the accumulated strength erupted once again. His cultivation had also broken through to the middle of the 9th level of the martial vein. Of course, the external model was still the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. He could be very powerful in battle, but his cultivation could not increase so quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he attracted the attention of the flame deity. He was no longer afraid of Heisuo. If he didn't have the full support of Empyrean Demon Flame, then even if Heisuo had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to openly deal with him. After all, he now had a backer. As for the dirty tricks behind his back, he would just let them come. Ling Xiao was not good at other things, but he was best at making others suffer the consequences of their own actions. In fact, he had only digested less than a third of the transcendent body-shaping pill's medicinal effect. If it were anyone else, they would have to consume all of their extraordinary body-shaping pills to achieve such an improvement. However, he only used a third of it. This was all thanks to the mountain river martial spirit. With the existence of the mountain and river martial spirit, he would not waste the slightest bit of medicinal efficacy, and could basically completely absorb it. Not only that, the special energy released by the mountain and river martial spirit could also increase the efficacy of the medicine. This was something that others could not do. As the strongest martial spirit, the mountain river martial spirit was definitely worthy of its role in assisting. As for combat, Ling Xiao hadn't tried it yet. Although he wanted to try it, in order to avoid becoming the target of public criticism, he tried his best to suppress this desire. Unless it was a last resort, he would never use the mountain and river martial spirit to fight. Anyway, the rest of the martial spirits were enough. In addition, with the help of the transcendent body-shaping pill, the medicinal effect of the heaven essence bone-changing pill had been completely absorbed. This caused his almost stagnant heavenly dragon golden body to break through the shackles again and advance to the 4th level in one fell swoop. The 4th level of the heavenly dragon golden body could cultivate the heavenly dragon martial vein. In other words, if the martial vein in the body completely transformed into the heavenly dragon martial vein, not only would the true essence be more stored, but it could also completely transform the true essence into the heavenly dragon true essence. Now that he had broken through to the 4th level, the next thing to do was to completely transform the Snow Lotus true essence in his body except for the Thunderbolt true essence and the Fierce Beast true essence. The level of the Heavenly Dragon true essence was much higher than the Snow Lotus true essence. Moreover, it would not erase the characteristics of the Snow Lotus true essence. It could be said that it was very wonderful. After the quality of the true essence improved, all of his martial skills would also greatly increase the attack power of his martial skills, allowing his strength to greatly increase compared to when he fought with Yang Qing. Obviously, if it was just the Heaven Essence bone-changing pill, it would be impossible to break through to the 4th level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. At the very least, it would not be so fast. The biggest effect was the Transcendent Body-shaping pill given by Old Hall Master Yang. This was the Yuhua school, one of the 12 sects. The opportunities here were really much more than in the secular world. Just because of a victory in a challenge and a random pill given by a hall master, he was able to achieve such a breakthrough. It was really a pleasant surprise. The speed of improvement of defensive martial skills was originally slower than other martial skills, so many people were actually unwilling to waste time on it. In the entire outer sect, those who really focused on defensive martial skills as their main means would not exceed 10 out of 1,000 people. And in the top 30 of the outer sect, there was only one person who focused on defensive martial skills as their main cultivation direction. He was Jin Ming. Even Ling Xiao did not focus on defensive martial skills. It was just that he was able to advance in all aspects. After the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body reached the 4th level, the degree of his body's toughness had already surpassed Jin Ming's. He had never lacked confidence, but in the past, he really did not have the confidence to defeat Jin Ming. But now, the situation had changed dramatically. With his current strength, although defeating Jin Ming would not be easy, it was no longer impossible. He was now more concerned about who to defeat, but the next 2 levels of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. The Heavenly Dragon Golden Body only had a total of 6 levels. The 5th level was already very terrifying. At this level, he would be completely reborn. His entire body would be transformed and upgraded, and he would have the complete Heavenly Dragon blood. He could be reborn from a drop of blood and break through to the Transcendent Saint realm. There was still the last level, which was the 6th level, impervious to fire and water, indestructible Vajra, rebirth of the soul, and an indestructible body. What kind of realm was this? Ling Xiao was really surprised. Such a terrifying defensive martial skill was only a superior gold-grade martial skill. Then, what realm would the Dragon Emperor's protection technique, which was even more terrifying than the heavenly dragon golden body, reach? He was really looking forward to it. Ling Xiao was now only at the 4th level of the heavenly dragon golden body, but his physical strength was already more powerful than that of a half-step master. It could be said that just by relying on his physical strength, without any true qi, he could now kill an ordinary half-step master, and the opponent would not be able to hurt him at all. That was how strong he was. It might be too early to say that he was invincible under the transcendent realm. After all, the top 3 in the outer sect were not to be trifled with. But even if he was not invincible, he was in an invincible position. After continuing to cultivate for a while, the sky had already darkened. Chapter 285. Ling Xiao created 2 clones and continued to cultivate the Imperial Sword Technique Bronze Scroll and the Divine Prison King's Fist. Lost for his soul, it entered the Mountain River world. The smelting stone was placed in the Mountain River world. There was no one in the small town's weapon shop, but it had the youngest refining equipment. Ling Xiao found the equipment to fuse the equipment, and then let his martial spirit clone operate it, placing the smelting stone, ice glass sword, and treasure spear into the equipment. This process was very simple and anyone could do it. He didn't have to worry about the smelting after that. After the Mountain River martial spirit was activated, he only needed to consume some true essence and the equipment would automatically operate. Ding dang! The smelting was complete. A brand new sword appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Compared to the previous ice glass sword, not only was it more beautiful, it also emitted a strange luster. A treasure sword was indeed better than the floating snow sword. During this period of time, unless he used 2 swords, the ice glass sword was hidden because there was no need for it. But now, after such a smelting, the ice glass sword that was about to be eliminated had regained a new life. Perhaps it was because of the heavenly dragon's true essence, but on the newly smelted sword, one could faintly see an ice dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. I'll just call you Ice Dragon Sword. Although the name was a bit tacky, Ling Xiao wasn't going to sell art. It was fine as long as he used it. With such a weapon, he would be able to be on par with Jin Ning. Because the top 10 outer sect disciples all had treasure artifacts. If he didn't, he would be at a disadvantage. Smelting the ice dragon sword seemed simple, but it took a lot of time. After Ling Xiao finished, he realized that it was almost dawn. He withdrew his 2 clones and planned to rest for a while. Not to mention that he was only a martial vein realm cultivator, even a transcendent realm cultivator needed to rest. It was just that he didn't have as much time as an ordinary person. Divine Prison King's Fist actually comprehended a new move, soul snatching. It had to be said that the shadow cultivation secret technique had really helped him a lot. Without it, even if he could create a shadow clone, he wouldn't have been able to use it to cultivate. The most important thing now was to find a higher level secret technique that could replace the shadow cultivation secret technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, the effects of this doppelganger's cultivation would become worse and worse. The bronze sword manipulation art has also entered the 7th level, and it can be considered as having just entered the realm of mastery. Purely in terms of instantaneous lethality, this sword manipulation art is already close to flying snow. As long as it reaches the next level, this sword manipulation art will once again become my most powerful instantaneous lethality move. Ling Xiao had not used the sword manipulation technique in the previous battles. One of the reasons was that it was unnecessary, and the other reason was that he felt that his level of cultivation was not high enough to use it as a trump card. After taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the stone bed and rested. The sun rose in the east, illuminating the moonlight pagoda. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and walked out of the cave. Hello, Senior Brother Zhao. Good morning, Senior Brother Zhao. Senior Brother Zhao, you're going to the medicine hall. On the way to the medicine hall, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that whether it was the new outer sect disciples or the old outer sect disciples, all of them had become enthusiastic. What made him the most speechless was that even though they had entered the sect much earlier than him, they still called him senior brother. It was as if they couldn't show their respect for him if they didn't call him that. He really didn't like to deal with this kind of situation, so he casually said a few words and sped up. Once he sped up, no one could catch up to him. In the past, when he met outer sect disciples like Li Anil who were ranked in the top 30, they would definitely not give way to him. But today, when Li Anil and Lu Chang saw him coming from afar, they hurriedly stood on the side of the road, lowered their heads, and cupped their hands in greeting. This made Ling Xiao feel a little proud. After all, he was only 14 years old. To be able to make people who had once looked down on him so respect him was an achievement. Why couldn't he be proud? As for Yang Chun, that guy was still lying in the infirmary and hadn't come out. Not long after, he arrived at the medicine hall. Old Hall Master Yang was sitting there reading a book. When he saw Ling Xiao, he stood up with a smile and said, "How was it? Did you rest well yesterday?" "What rest?" "Senior, the transcendent body-shaping pill that you gave me is simply too useful. It has tormented me for an entire night, and it has greatly benefited me." Ling Xiao joked, but he was really touched by this old man. He wondered if he should just become Old Hall Master Yang's disciple. This old man was really good to him. But on second thought, although Old Hall Master Yang's status in Yuhua School was very high, his strength was still not as good as the Flame Deity. The Flame Deity didn't dare to deal with Old Hall Master Yang on the surface. But what if he did something bad behind his back? What a contradiction! Old Hall Master Yang, you spoiled this Ling Xiao too much. He didn't come to the medicine hall for most of the day yesterday. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a green shirt next to him said very unkindly, "Qing Mu, as the deputy hall master, why are you arguing with a kid? There's no need." Old Hall Master Yang waved his hand and said, "I know you're the deputy hall master in charge of the discipline of the medicine hall, but Ling Xiao did have an urgent matter yesterday." "What urgent matter?" Qing Mu asked. "Is the challenge of the outer gate an urgent matter?" Old Hall Master Yang frowned and was a little unhappy. However, Qing Mu was obviously a straightforward person. He didn't care at all and continued, "Humph, there are too many challenges in the outer gate. If everyone asks for leave and doesn't come, how can the medicine hall operate? What if he challenges the quasi-inner disciples ranked in the top 30? Old Hall Master Yang narrowed his eyes and asked, "That's an exception. According to the rules, there's no problem. But him?" Qing Mu looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and said, "He's only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. The top 30 are all half-step masters. Who can he challenge?" "Haha, you really don't believe me. He not only challenged one, but two. One is called Li Anil, who seems to be ranked 26th in the outer gate. The other is Yang Qing, who is ranked 10th. Old Hall Master Yang's face showed a little pride. The little guy he thought highly of had performed so well. There was nothing wrong with being proud of him. "You lost miserably, didn't you?" Qing Mu looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Reporting to Vice Hall Master Qing Mu, the potential intersect disciple's strength was stronger than I had imagined. I had to use all my skills before I was able to obtain victory. Ling Xiao said lightly. "Haha, I knew you would lose." You said you won?" Qing Mu obviously didn't expect such a result. He wasn't Old Hall Master Yang, so he didn't care what Ling Xiao did. He only cared that Ling Xiao asked for leave. "Yes, I won." Ling Xiao nodded. "Both of them?" "Yes." Many people went to watch the battle that day. If Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu doesn't believe it, you can ask Senior Sister Lan. She was there. Chapter 286. That's right. I can testify that Ling Xiao not only won, but he also defeated Li Anil, who ranked 26th, and Yang Qing, who ranked 10th, in one move. Lan Yu came in from the outside, and her voice was full of unquestionable certainty. "Novel La. That's impossible." Qing Mu turned pale with fright. Nothing is impossible. Is Deputy Hall Chief Qing Mu doubting my attainments in martial arts? Lan Yue frowned. How dare I? Deputy Hall Master Lan's attainment in martial arts is not inferior to Hall Master Yang's. I dare not doubt it. It's just too surprising that a Martial Vane LV8 defeated a half-step master. Qing Mu looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a monster. In addition, Vice Hall Master Qing Mu, Ling Xiao's challenge was agreed upon by Old Hall Master Yang and I. Does Vice Hall Master Qing Mu think that we don't even have this little bit of power? Lan Yue was not Hall Master Yang, so she would not give face to Qing Mu. Ha! Qing Mu smiled awkwardly. How could that be? Since that's the case, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. He hurriedly left the alchemy room as if he was running away. Yang and Lan, I have the flame deity to cultivate me. Sooner or later, I will be the new hall master of the medicine hall. At that time you will see. Qing Mu was furious when he left. As for Ling Xiao, he has offended me, so he will make things difficult for him. He was the vice hall master of the medicine hall. He was very clear about the rules of the medicine hall. He could use the loopholes in these rules to attack Ling Xiao. Even Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yue would not be able to interfere. Old Hall Master Yang, you have to be careful. Qing Mu is very close to Mo Yen, and you know that Mo Yen has the wisdom bone. He is the most outstanding genius of the Yuhua school in the past 1,000 years. His martial soul is a little special, and even the headmaster is very indulgent of him. If he focuses on cultivating Qing Mu, you will be in trouble. Lan Yue's master was one of the grand elders of Yuhua school. She probably knew more about these secrets than Old Hall Master Yang. Ignore him. Old Hall Master Yang waved his hand and said, This old man has lived for so long and has seen everything. Mo Yan's aptitude is very outstanding, but his wisdom bone was stolen from someone else. It can't be completely integrated with his body. Sooner or later, something will happen. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Last Lan, please leave for a moment. I have some important matters to discuss with Ling Xiao. All right. Although Lan Yue felt strange why Old Hall Master Yang was so mysterious, since it was a secret, it wasn't good for her to stay. After Lan Yue left, Old Hall Master Yang directly called Ling Xiao to his cave mansion. This was the cave mansion of an elder, and the conditions were naturally better than that of an inner disciple. Just by taking a breath, he could feel his true qi increasing. Old senior, if you have something to say, this junior will keep it a secret for you. Ling Xiao said very seriously. This matter is about you, old man. You should talk to him. Old Hall Master Yang looked at the puppy on his shoulder and said, Ling Xiao, are you willing to worship me as your master? The puppy was very direct. It didn't have any opening remarks at all and asked directly. Wait, what's going on? A fierce beast that can speak human language? What kind of level is that? Ling Xiao knew that if a fierce beast could speak human language, it was at least equivalent to an expert in the celestial realm. It could even be called an immortal beast. Ordinary beast, monster beast, fierce beast, and immortal beast were equivalent to an ordinary person, a martial vein realm cultivator, a transcendent realm cultivator, and a celestial realm cultivator. What fierce beast? This senior's origin is a bit special, so it's not convenient for me to tell you now. Just tell me if you are willing to worship this senior as your master. Your respected Old Hall Master Yang was cultivated by this senior, the puppy said proudly. No way! Ling Xiao was even more shocked. Old Hall Master Yang smiled and said, Little guy, you don't want to worship this senior as your master because you are afraid that this senior's strength is not as good as the flame deity. However, this old man of mine is much stronger than the flame deity. He is just relying on this beast's body to recover. If you worship him as your master, you will never regret it. But what about you, old senior? Ling Xiao felt a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha! If you worship this old man as your master, you will be this senior's junior brother. Of course, only the three of us can know about this. No one else can know about this. Old Hall Master Yang laughed heartily. That's right, I haven't told you my name after such a long time. My surname is Yang, and my name is Yang Danlin. Our master, who is also my old friend, can be called Yuan Venerate. In that case, this disciple is willing to worship Senior Yuan Venerate as his master. Ling Xiao knew very well that someone respected by Yang Danlin definitely wouldn't be weak. Furthermore, this Yuan Venerate's strength was even stronger than the flame deities, so he wouldn't have to be afraid if he worshipped him as his master. Very well, this senior will accept you as his disciple today. You will be considered my third disciple. The first one is not worth mentioning. The second one is Yang Danlin. He is also considered a friend of mine. If it weren't for him, I would have died long ago. The third one is you, Yuan Venerate said. However, this senior is not a member of the Yuehua school, so you can call yourself Yang Danlin's disciple. This senior won't mind. This disciple understands. Very well, that's all for today. Given your current strength, I don't need to personally guide you. Danlin, help me impart knowledge on alchemy and medicine. You can also give him a few pointers on martial arts. If there are any problems that he can't solve, come to me. Yuan Venerate lay down and fell asleep again after he finished speaking. Ling Xiao, don't mind him. Yuan Venerate suffered a very serious injury. Furthermore, it was an injury to his soul, so he has to sleep frequently. Unless we are in danger, he generally won't make a move. Yang Danlin explained. This junior understands. He didn't mind. After all, he was only a martial vein martialist now. Regardless of whether it was martial arts or alchemy knowledge, Old Hall Master Yang Danlin's pointers were completely sufficient. Alright, your next task is to continue strengthening your basic knowledge on pharmacology. Start learning advanced alchemy technique, advanced pharmacology, and fire manipulation technique. Yang Danlin didn't go to the medicine hall's library. Instead, he found these books in his cave abode. He was the hall master of the medicine hall, so this wasn't a problem for him. The other 3 books aren't difficult to understand. As for fire manipulation technique, it is slightly special. Yang Danlin explained. Fire manipulation technique only requires you to control the size of the flame and the duration of the flame. You also need to know when to use what kind of flame. Fire manipulation technique requires you to be able to control a variety of flames. Old Senior, how many types of flames are there exactly? Chapter 287. There are many, but for an alchemist, you only need to master 12 types of divine flames. They are civil and martial sacred flame, samadhi true fire, sun crimson flame, extreme cold flame, death dark flame, myriad spiritual flame, heavenly punishment flame, reincarnation heavenly flame, primal chaos ancient flame, life sacred flame, cosmic demon flame, and destructive flame. Yang Danlin replied. I need to remind you that it is impossible to completely master these flames because each type of divine flame is a type of martial spirit. No one can completely master 12 types of martial spirits, so most alchemists only borrow these flames. And even if you borrow them, you can only get the civil and martial sacred flame and samadhi true fire. As for the other 10 types of flames, to be honest, even I have never seen them with my own eyes. I have only seen them in books. In the next 2 days, Ling Xiao memorized the books that Yang Danlin introduced, including the Imperial Fire Technique, and digested and understood them. But there was a problem here. Even if he could understand the Imperial Fire Technique, he still needed to use it to control the flames. Yang Danlin's suggestion was to start with mortal flames. Mortal flames could actually be used to refine pills and medicine, but only materials under 100 years old could be used. The process of controlling mortal flames could be said to be similar to the 12 types of divine flames. It was just simpler. And controlling mortal flames did not require the martial spirit to cooperate. Ling Xiao only used 2 hours to condense a flame seed in his body. The flame seed looked like a small flame located in the martial artist's dantian. Under normal circumstances, only alchemists and alchemists had them. The flame seed's final growth depended on the alchemist's final achievements. Generally speaking, the bigger the flame seed, the higher the alchemist's achievements. It was said that in ancient times, there were top alchemists whose flame seed could grow into a sun seed. The flame in their body was like a red sun, very powerful. Of course, this was not the strongest. After all, a seed was only a seed. Some alchemists guessed in their own writings that a sun seed could eventually become a real sun. Although this was just a guess, it was a guess that followed a certain pattern. It wasn't a random guess. Ling Xiao was looking forward to the future of this flame seed. His flame seed was only about an inch long. It was so small that it seemed like it could be extinguished at any time. It was not even as bright as a candle. However, with this flame seed, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort when refining pills. This was for sure. Hearing that Ling Xiao could condense a flame seed in 2 days, Yang Danlin's old face was both happy and shocked. It was as if he did not know how to express it. How about this, since you've already condensed a flame seed, then from tomorrow onwards, you'll learn alchemy from little Lan. Remember, watch her every move carefully. Although little Lan's proficiency in alchemy isn't as good as this old man's, her talent is very high, so her foundation is very solid. There won't be any harm in learning from her. Yang Danlin was usually too busy, and the alchemy techniques he was using now were very complicated. It was obviously not suitable for a person who had just entered the sect to follow and learn. Lan Yue was considered a transition. Ling Xiao naturally understood the reason behind his arrangement. Receiving Yang Danlin's request, Lan Yue didn't have the slightest complaint or refusal. This made Yang Danlin very surprised. After all, alchemy techniques were unique to alchemists and alchemists. Many things could not be divulged except to their own apprentices. Even if they taught their apprentices, they would not reveal it. After all, it was common for the master to starve to death when teaching his apprentices. However, Lan Yue did not hide anything from Ling Xiao. According to her, Ling Xiao's medical qualifications were obviously better than hers. Naturally, she wanted to cultivate him. However, Yang Danlin was an experienced and knowledgeable old fox. He saw a hint of other meaning in Lan Yue's eyes. But since Lan Yue did not say it, he did not point it out. For the next few days, Ling Xiao followed Lan Yue during the day to learn the detailed process of refining pills. At night, he continued to cultivate. Of course, others did not know that there were always 2 doppelgangers in his cave. Although the speed was not as fast as the main body, they did not waste time. His martial soul doppelganger was in the mountain river world. He tried and perfected the alchemy techniques that Ling Xiao learned from Lan Yue. He gradually absorbed them and made them his own. Although Dai Yuling was Lan Yue's apprentice, she did not get Lan Yue's attention. Of course, Dai Yuling's main direction was not alchemy, but cultivating medicinal herbs. Dai Yuling's martial soul was very special. Every time she succeeded in cultivating medicinal herbs, her cultivation would improve. The more unique and outstanding the herbs she cultivated, the faster her cultivation would improve. This completely made up for her lack of martial arts aptitude, which surprised Lan Yue. Today, Dai Yuling was a martial vein early-stage 9th layer martial master. Her cultivation was still improving. Ling Xiao occupied most of Lan Yue's time every day. He did not try it out because his martial soul doppelganger had done all the testing. What the martial soul doppelganger learned belonged to him. There was no doubt about it. During the learning process, Ling Xiao often asked some questions, which surprised Lan Yue. Because these questions were not even noticed by her. Or maybe she was aware of them, but she could not solve them. In the end, Lan Yue was surprised to find that those ordinary alchemy techniques had been perfectly perfected by Ling Xiao. She became the one who asked questions and the one who was taught. After that, Lan Yue began to teach Ling Xiao her own alchemy techniques. His unique alchemy techniques were not simpler than Yang Danlin's alchemy techniques. Some of his creativity was even better than Yang Danlin's. But even so, Ling Xiao could still learn it easily in the state of soul immersion. Moreover, it did not just stay in his mind. His martial soul doppelganger had tried many things for him. Even if it was a unique technique, there were still some omissions. This was something Lan Yu could not do. She relied on her powerful ability to reduce mistakes as much as possible. But this method was difficult to promote. So Ling Xiao listed these omissions one by one and told Lan Yu his own opinion. Lan Yu was shocked. It could even be said that she was a little disappointed. However, she quickly tossed this feeling of disappointment aside. Because of the mutual learning with Ling Xiao, her alchemy techniques and pharmacology knowledge had improved by leaps and bounds. There were many things that were difficult to understand in the past, but after Ling Xiao's inadvertent hints, she suddenly understood. Now, she did not know who was the teacher and who was the student. Lan Yu really felt that her choice to teach Ling Xiao these things without reservation was really right. Ling Xiao not only did not disappoint her, but also benefited her endlessly. Lan Yu now found a way to refine pills that she could not refine in the past. Chapter 288. The benefits of learning alchemy from Lan Yu were not only the improvement of his alchemy skills. Novel, Lan Yu would give one or two of the elixirs she refined to Ling Xiao, so that Ling Xiao could temper his body and improve his cultivation when he returned to his cave residence at night. These dawn were not worth mentioning to Lan Yu. She could easily give them to Ling Xiao. However, for a martial Vein Realm warrior, these dawn were too precious to be bought even if they were willing to spend money. 7 days later, Ling Xiao had learned almost all of Lan Yu's skills. He even had his own unique opinions, which made Lan Yu unconvinced. At first, Lan Yu felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. After all, Ling Xiao was the top medical genius in the Yuehua school. But now, he was easily surpassed by Ling Xiao. How could she not be happy about it? But as time passed, she gradually lost that feeling. She even felt a little happy. After all, a genius like Ling Xiao had learned alchemy and alchemy skills from her for so long. She could be regarded as half a master to him. If she needed Ling Xiao's help in the future, wouldn't it be very convenient? Besides, she had not been able to break through to the celestial realm because she had been distracted. Now that the medicine hall had Ling Xiao, she could put more energy into cultivation. In fact, since the 5th day, she had given some of the elixirs she refined to Ling Xiao. This showed her trust in Ling Xiao. At the same time, it was also to train Ling Xiao's alchemy skills. On this day, Qing Mu, the vice hall master of the medicine hall, came to the alchemy room with a very bad face. He questioned Lan Yu as soon as he arrived. He asked why she had given some of the precious elixirs to Ling Xiao. He also said that there was a problem with the elixirs refined by Ling Xiao. Therefore, he wanted to punish Ling Xiao according to the rules of the medicine hall. Of course, this was a groundless accusation. The pills that Ling Xiao refined had been inspected by Lan Yu and Old Hall Master Yang. Their quality was even better than the pills refined by the two of them. So, how could there be a problem? When Lan Yu was about to speak, Ling Xiao stopped her with a smile. Then, he looked at Qing Mu and said, "Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu, are you sure there is a problem with the elixir I refined? Naturally, could it be that this Hall Master would wrongly accuse you?" Qing Mu said coldly. "Haha, who knows? I heard that Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu is also good at refining elixirs. Is it because he thinks that my elixirs are better than yours that he is jealous and deliberately finds fault with me?" With the support of Yang Danlin and Lan Yu, Ling Xiao was not afraid of Qing Mu. "You don't talk nonsense," Qing Mu said angrily. "Vice Hall Master Qing Mu, don't slander me," Ling Xiao said coldly. "Since Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu thinks that there is something wrong with the elixir refined by me, how about this? How about we openly concoct pills in front of the medicine hall's higher-ups and disciples? Let's compete and see whose elixir is better." I don't want to compete with you," Qing Mu snorted coldly. "Qing Mu, haven't you always wanted to be the hall master of the medicine hall?" Yang Danlin slowly walked in from the outside. He looked at Qing Mu with a smile and said, "Since that's the case, if you can defeat Ling Xiao in a public alchemy competition, this old man will hand over the position of Hall Master to you without any regrets. Senior! Old Hall Master Yang. Ling Xiao and Lan Yu were both surprised. Yang Danlin often came to the alchemy room recently and occasionally taught them how to refine elixirs. So, he noticed the progress of Ling Xiao and Lan Yu. However, it was a little too risky for him to bet his Hall Master position with Qing Mu. Ha ha ha, Old Hall Master Yang, you must be joking. Although Qing Mu wanted to agree, he was afraid that Yang Danlin was deliberately testing him, so he did not respond immediately. What's wrong? Qing Mu, are you afraid? Yang Danlin sneered. You are an alchemist who has the civil and martial sacred fire seed and the civil and martial sacred fire martial spirit. Ling Xiao only has the mortal fire seed. You don't dare to bet with him? Qing Mu did not speak, but his face was a little red. Since you don't dare to bet with him, don't make trouble for no reason. I have personally checked Ling Dao's elixir. If there is a problem with it, ask him to come to me. Yang Danlin suddenly raised his voice. Old Hall Master Yang, you can't be so protective. Qing Mu said with a pale face. Is this old man trying to protect his own today? What about it? Yang Danlin looked at Qing Mu and did not give him a way out. Good. In this case, you have to blame me. Yang Danlin, you said it yourself. If I win against Ling Xiao, you will hand over your position as Hall Master to me? Qing Mu's expression was a little ferocious. Perhaps because he was too angry, he had forgotten to be afraid and became rude. That's right. I said it. Good. Tomorrow at noon, we will officially compete in the Medicine Hall Square. Qing Mu said with a gloomy face. The requirement is very simple. Use the same materials to refine the same elixir. Whoever has the higher degree of perfection will win. No problem. Yang Danlin nodded. Qing Mu glared at Ling Xiao, and then there was a bit of contempt in his eyes. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could refine better elixirs than him. Ling Xiao had only been learning alchemy for a short time, and he only had the mortal fire seed. He was an experienced alchemist and had the powerful civil and martial sacred fire martial spirit, which was very helpful for alchemy. As for the so-called perfect elixirs refined by Ling Xiao, he always thought that Yang Danlin or Lan Yu helped to refine them. Otherwise, wouldn't Ling Xiao be a real monster? He did not believe it. Senior, you don't have to do that. I just want to compete with him here, so that he won't find fault with me. You've put a lot of pressure on me. After Qing Mu left, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Not confident? Yang Danlin asked with a smile. How is that possible? It's good that you're confident. If you win this duel, you'll become an alchemist that the sect will focus on cultivating in the future. No one will dare to touch you. You'll even have experts protecting you. Qing Mu won't be able to find trouble with you anymore. Isn't that good? Yang Danlin wanted to settle this once and for all. Otherwise, if Qing Mu came to Ling Xiao again and again, she was afraid that Ling Xiao would not have the energy to study. All right then. Old senior sister Lan, don't worry. I will definitely exterminate this Qing Mu. Ling Xiao revealed a resolute smile. The next day, the Medicine Hall Square was full of senior members and disciples of the Medicine Hall. There were many inner disciples here, which was different from the outer disciples' challenge. This time, it was not about martial arts or fighting, but alchemy. An alchemist who had just joined the sect for less than a month wanted to compete with an experienced alchemist who had been in the sect for decades. This was simply unheard of. It's that Ling Xiao again! Chapter 289. What's wrong with him? An inner disciple asked. Senior brother, you may not know, but this Ling Xiao once defeated the 26th and 10th outer disciple, the half-step master, with his cultivation at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial vein. He broke the record of the Yuehua school for 100,000 years. The old outer disciple replied. The element of chance is greater in the challenge of martial arts. However, alchemy is different. Alchemy requires proficiency and experience. It also requires an outstanding flame to complement it. Ling Xiao is playing with fire. His tail is already wagging to the sky. The inner disciple was also an apprentice of the medicine hall. Naturally, he knew how difficult alchemy was, so he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Qing Mu. In fact, except for Yang Danlin and Lan Yue, all the audience thought so. Even the 3 elders of the medicine hall, who were the judges, thought so. These 3 elders' cultivation and alchemy skills were on par with Yang Danlin's. However, they were a few decades older than Yang Danlin and were nearing the end of their lives. Nevertheless, they were still the treasures of the Yuehua sect. At the very least, there would be no problems with their judgment, so they would be very fair as the judges. Well, let's not waste any more time. You two can start now. Today, each of you will refine a set of Dan. Let's refine a high-grade true elemental Dan. The materials have already been prepared, that's all. Whoever has the highest success rate and the highest perfection rate will be the winner. One of the elders announced the start of the alchemy. The high-grade true elemental Dan was a low-grade elixir. It was not even qualified to be called a yellow-grade elixir. However, it was the best elixir for martial vein realm warriors to improve their internal force and cultivation. In the secular world, it was difficult to find a single elixir. This alchemy competition was about operation, not ability, so it was impossible to give Ling Xiao an elixir that he couldn't refine. After all, no matter how good Ling Xiao was, he was just a low-grade alchemist. He could only refine low-grade elixirs. If Ling Xiao could refine the same elixir better than Qing Mu, then he would win. In terms of selecting materials, Ling Xiao's speed was obviously faster and more accurate. Even though the materials were already prepared, it was entirely up to them to decide how much to use or how little to use. If they used too much or too little, there would be problems. After selecting the materials, the 2 of them began to grind and roll the balls. Although this process was boring, it was necessary. After that, the 2 of them put the 20 life pills into the alchemy furnace almost at the same time. The life pill was a pill that had not been refined and did not possess the special effects of a pill. What came next was the key. Wow! It's the civil and martial Saint Fire Martial Spirit! Suddenly, the onlookers exclaimed. Ling Xiao hadn't lit the fire yet. He turned to look at Qing Mu. A ball of flame appeared behind Greenwood. What was interesting was that half of the flame was incomparably ferocious, as if it could incinerate everything. The other half was very gentle, but it was obvious that the effect of continuous heating was better. In the process of alchemy, there was a saying that there was a difference between civil and military. The so-called gentle fire was the slow enhancement of power in the form of a thin stream flowing in a long stream. The so-called martial fire was the activation of a strong power. The civil and martial sacred fire had the characteristics of both civil and martial fires, and its effect was even more outstanding. It was very suitable to be used for alchemy. Ling Xiao glanced at it, then retracted his gaze and began to focus on his alchemy. Qing Mu's civil and martial sacred fire was indeed powerful, but it was enough to refine a low-grade true essence pill. Ling Xiao had already refined a high-grade true essence pill no less than 1,000 times in the mountain river world, and had long since reached the point of perfection. The key was that the mountain river world could simulate alchemy, and the process did not consume any materials. Of course, the refined elixirs could not be used. However, this process was almost no different from refining pills in the real world. Therefore, the pill refining techniques that Ling Xiao learned were all real and there was nothing fake about it. However, Ling Xiao still encountered some small problems. He found that there was something wrong with his life pill. Generally speaking, the humidity, age, quality, and so on of the same batch of materials should be about the same. However, after refining the life pill, Ling Xiao suddenly found that the situation was wrong. His materials were too wet, as if someone had deliberately sprinkled water on them. In the crowd, 2 people were whispering to each other. Hee, that brat will lose for sure. His materials have been soaked by a special spring water. This kind of spring water has a very high ignition point, and ordinary fire can't evaporate it at all. His pill will never be able to be refined, unless he uses one of the 12 divine flames. Well done. If Hall Master Qingmu wins this time, then he will be the real Hall Master of the Medicine Hall. In the future, you won't have to do the hard work of transporting materials. You can cultivate by my side. The second person was none other than He Suo. He Suo had been looking for a way to deal with Ling Xiao, but for such a long time, Ling Xiao either returned to the cave or was with Lan Yu, or Yang Danlin. He had no idea where to start. However, this time, Ling Xiao wanted to compete with Qingmu in alchemy. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Hall Master Yang Danlin, even used his position as Hall Master as a bet. How could He Suo not seize this opportunity to trip up Ling Xiao? It was not that he didn't believe in the ability of Deputy Hall Master Qingmu, but he felt that Ling Xiao had too many accidents. So, in order to be foolproof, he asked the people who transported the materials to do something to Ling Xiao's materials. Thank you, senior brother He Suo. He Suo smiled and looked at the square again. At this time, Yang Danlin and Lan Yu also noticed that something was wrong. Because Ling Xiao, who was supposed to light the fire, didn't light it at this time. Instead, he sat there in a daze. With their vision, it was not difficult for them to find that there was something wrong with the materials. Old Hall Master, should we announce a pause? It will be troublesome if it goes on like this. Lan Yu asked nervously. Yang Danlin's face also showed a serious expression. He used his position as Medicinal Hall Master as a bet. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel any pressure, especially when he knew that Ling Xiao's materials had been tampered with. No, if we interrupt the competition now, others will think that we are cheating. Yang Danlin shook his head. He didn't want to interrupt the competition, but once it was interrupted, he would have no face to continue to be the Medicinal Hall Master in the future. Even if it was found that someone had tampered with the materials, it would be his incompetence. It would have nothing to do with Qingmu. But if it goes on like this, we will lose. Lan Yu was a little anxious. Don't worry, let's wait and see. Anyway, the alchemy time of the high-grade Jinyuan Dan is half an hour. It's still early. Yang Danlin wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. His fate had been involved with Ling Xiao. Now, he could only hope that Ling Xiao could solve the problem by himself. Would a miracle happen? Ling Xiao let out a long sigh and tried his best to calm himself down. Chapter 290. Ling Xiao had already analyzed that these materials were drenched by a special spring water, and this kind of spring water could not be evaporated by ordinary flames. Novel law, if the water could not be evaporated, then the pill would not be able to take shape. What should he do? The method was very simple, and that was to use the God Flame. No, it didn't have to be the God Flame. As long as it was a flame of a higher grade than ordinary flames, it would suffice. Got it. Suddenly, a bright light flashed through his mind, and an idea instantly formed in his mind. Hence, he started to light the fire. There was a problem with the materials, so the following steps had to be done perfectly and absolutely could not be flustered. Whereas on the other side, Qingmu had already started to control the fire, and he could even smell a faint medicinal herb fragrance, which was emitted after heating. He turned his head and took a look. Under Qingmu's control, the civil and martial sacred flame was like an obedient slave, and the entire process was extremely smooth. But for some reason, Ling Xiao seemed to hear an indignant roar. It must be an illusion. He shook his head and no longer looked at Qingmu. He returned to his own pill furnace. Selecting the materials, creating the life pill, and then lighting the fire. Lighting the fire sounded very simple, as if it just needed to be lit. However, it wasn't like that. Every kind of pill required a different flame size and temperature. For some high-grade pills, there were even more special requirements. Originally, the high-grade true elemental pill didn't have a high requirement on the flame, and it only needed ordinary flames. But after being drenched by the special spring water, it required a special flame to solve the problem. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and placed a special piece of spiritual charcoal into the furnace. Then, he ignited this piece of spiritual charcoal. At this moment, the spiritual charcoal was still burning with ordinary flames. But no one noticed that Ling Xiao had quietly placed his hand beside the furnace, and a black flame seeped out from his palm. This flame was transformed from the wild beast's true essence which Ling Xiao had swallowed. Previously, during the battle in Sky Cloud City, that wolf-shaped wild beast was able to produce this kind of black flame. Although this kind of flame couldn't be compared to the god flame, but it was much higher grade than ordinary flames. A high-grade flame was naturally not easy to control. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. With the ignition successful, the next step was also the most important step in the entire alchemy process, and that was to control the fire. Why did he want to learn fire manipulation? It was just that they could use it here. Ling Xiao had entered the soul imprint state. He was able to control all the changes happening inside and outside the pill furnace, including the amount of vicious beast true essence that was poured in. He had perfect control over everything. Fire controlling technique required the use of true essence to control and influence the flame. This was something that almost all alchemists could do. It needs to be explained here that alchemy is much easier than alchemy. Alchemy is the most basic. Ling Xiao only learned the theory and skipped it. He learned alchemy directly. These two principles were the same. It was just that alchemy was more profound and more useful to martial artists. The minimum requirement for an alchemist was to be a martial master at the early 7th level of the martial vein. As for the alchemist, the requirements were even higher. Generally speaking, one had to be at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein to begin. Ling Xiao was, of course, an exception. Under his control, the flame was very fierce at first. This was because the water on the pill had to be evaporated first. After about 10 breaths, the flame gradually decreased. At this time, it was necessary to slow down the flame. Otherwise, the life pill would be completely burned. After the water of the special spring evaporated, Ling Xiao took back the vicious beast's true essence, and the black flame disappeared. In the following time, there was no problem relying on the ordinary flame. "Lawn girl, did you find it?" Yang Danlin's face showed unconcealable joy. "See what?" Lan Yue's eyesight was not as experienced as Yang Danlin's. "Ha ha, little Lan, you have to train your eyesight properly. Ling Xiao is actually hiding such a secret. It's truly shocking. This time, Qing Mu and that little fellow He So are going to suffer." Although Yang Danlin wanted to laugh out loud, the alchemy process was not over yet. She felt that it was better not to be too ostentatious. It was not too late to be happy when the final result came out. After a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao smelled a trace of medicinal fragrance coming from the pill furnace. Through the pill furnace, he could even see that the life pill had gradually taken shape and was showing a golden luster. This was a sign that he was close to success. The closer he was to success, the easier it was to fail. Because at this time, the flame must be controlled to a very precise degree. If there was a slight mistake, the furnace of pills may be directly destroyed. There was a loud noise coming from the side. It should be that Qing Mu's pill was about to be refined. He delayed too much at the beginning. At this time, half an hour was almost over. There was not much time left. But even so, he did not have the slightest distraction. He still carefully controlled the flame in the pill furnace. When to add the spiritual charcoal, there was not the slightest mistake. This kid's true essence is very strong. The special black flame just now consumed a lot of energy, but it seems that he didn't feel it at all. The more Yang Danlin watched, the more shocked he became. He originally thought that his judgment of Ling Xiao was already very high, but when he truly carefully observed Ling Xiao's pill refining process, it was still able to make people endlessly shocked. Whoosh! The noise sounded again. Qing Mu's pill was out of the furnace. After the lid of the pill furnace was opened, a dozen golden lights suddenly shot out, causing the scene to be filled with exclamations. "I'll have to trouble the 3 elders to score." Qing Mu glanced at Ling Xiao proudly. He also noticed that the other party's materials were wet, but he did not have any thoughts of winning. Instead, he felt very relieved. After following the flame deity for so many years, he had learned the principle of doing things by all means to achieve his goal. And Vice Hall Master Qing Mu is indeed formidable. His success rate has reached 100%. 20 high-grade true elemental dawn have been completely refined, and among them, there are even 3 spirit dawn with a 100% perfection degree. One of the elders said. That's right. Among the remaining 17 pills, 10 of them are spirit pills with a degree of perfection nearing 90%. Their effects are about twice as strong. The other 7 are spirit pills with a degree of perfection nearing 80% to 90%. When a furnace of pills came out, the first thing to do was to judge whether it was defective, or finished. Among the finished products, there were 3 grades: qualified, excellent, and perfect. The effect of a perfect pill would be increased. And the degree of perfection was the degree of perfection of a perfect pill. Generally speaking, as long as an alchemist could refine a qualified pill, they would be considered to have passed. If they could refine an excellent pill, then the effect of all the pills would be increased by 10%. This was already considered an excellent alchemist. If they could refine a perfect pill, no matter what the degree of perfection was, they would be among the best alchemists. Chapter 291. The reason why Qing Mu dared to try to snatch Yang Danlin's position as the hall master of the medicine hall was because he had a certain amount of confidence and capital. Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu is really amazing. I'm afraid he's going to win this round. What do you mean by afraid? He's definitely going to win. No matter how excellent Ling Xiao is, he can only refine excellent elixirs at most. Can he refine perfect elixirs? Yeah, he's only been learning alchemy for less than half a month, right? That's right. So I suspect that old Hall Master Yang is tired of being the Hall Master of the Medicine Hall, so he deliberately gave the position to Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu. Hey, it seems that it's really possible. After Qing Mu's elixirs came out, there were all kinds of opinions. However, everyone had the same thought, that old Hall Master Yang would definitely lose this bet. He still wants to refine excellent elixirs? I think he's just going to refine a furnace of defective elixirs. Heisua sneered. He had already stood up and was ready to leave. The reason why he didn't leave was purely because he wanted to see Ling Xiao's embarrassed look. The more unlucky Ling Xiao was, the happier he was. No matter how the surrounding environment changed, Ling Xiao was still immersed in his alchemy. From the moment he started to refine elixirs until now, it had only taken him a little more than a quarter of an hour, which was much shorter than Qing Mu's. It was a pity that he had wasted too much time before, so he finished later than Qing Mu. However, it was almost time now. Ling Xiao calculated the time and then slowly withdrew the true essence that was being transferred. The flame in the alchemy furnace gradually extinguished, leaving only a trace of residual heat to remind people that the elixirs had just been refined here. Look, Ling Xiao's elixirs are also out! It was not known who shouted, but it attracted the attention of many people towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, slowly reached out his hand, and opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. In that instant, as many as 20 rays of golden light shot out. Not only that, but this golden light was even more dazzling than Qing Mu's pill. The final time to open the furnace was actually very crucial. If it was too early, the life pill would not be able to fully mature. If it was too late, it might be burnt, or even cause the life pill to explode. The most frightening thing was that the cauldron might even explode, resulting in an irreparable disaster. This kind of thing had happened before. In fact, similar things had happened several times in Yuehua School. The medicine hall's alchemy room had been destroyed many times. Elders, please give your marks. Ling Xiao stood up respectfully, and cupped his hands toward the 3 elders of the medicine hall. The 3 elders had no enmity with him. At most, they felt that he was a little arrogant, but this did not affect their grading. The 3 of them arrived in front of Ling Xiao's alchemical furnace. They couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise on their faces. This kind of expression had never appeared on their faces even when they were examining the pills inside the greenwood alchemical furnace. The onlookers were very nervous. Because the golden light just now was too dazzling, many people who originally looked down on Ling Xiao began to feel uncertain in their hearts. Good heavens, 20 pills, all of them are finished products, and all of them are perfect pills! One of the elders said loudly with a very surprised tone. It's not just good, these 20 medicinal pills have all reached a perfection level of 100%. Is this really a pill refined by a new apprentice alchemist? Another elder was also surprised. This is incredible. This old man has been refining pills for so many years, but I have never seen pills with such an outstanding degree of perfection. The effect of these 20 high-grade true elemental pills is simply comparable to a qualified top-grade true elemental pill. Do you believe that an alchemy apprentice can refine low-grade yellow-grade pills? The third elder was holding a pill in his hand, and his beard was trembling with excitement. Qing Mu was obviously shocked. His face had turned pale, without the slightest trace of blood. He was obviously frightened. No, I don't believe it. How is this possible? He hurriedly rushed over and looked at Ling Zhao's 20 perfect high-grade true elemental pills. His eyes were filled with confusion and despair. He Su also fell into a state of stupor. The disciple next to him who was transporting the alchemy materials was trembling all over. This guy probably already knew what was going to happen to him. The three elders looked at Ling Xiao with astonishment. Their expressions were filled with doubt and disbelief. That kind of expression was really complicated. Young man, did you really just learn alchemy? An elder asked. Elder, this disciple's current cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. Even if I wanted to refine pills, I wouldn't be able to. After joining the Yuehua school, I learned alchemy from Old Hall Master Yang and Senior Sister Lan. Is there anything wrong with that? He had nothing to be afraid of. In this world, there were many geniuses. It wasn't strange for someone like him to appear. No, there's nothing wrong with that. We're just asking. We're really surprised. No wonder Yang Danlin dared to bet his position as the hall master of the medicine hall. It turns out that he knew what was going on. After saying that, the elder who had lived for almost 200 years glared at Yang Danlin, as if he was complaining that Yang Danlin didn't inform them in advance, causing them to lose their composure. Yang Danlin also smiled bitterly. He knew that Ling Xiao was outstanding, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so outstanding. Well, let's announce that Ling Xiao has won the alchemy competition. Vice Hall Master Qing Mu, do you admit defeat? Yes. How could he not admit defeat? The three elders were here. If he dared to say anything, he would be kicked out of the medicine hall, and even be expelled from the Yuehua school. Well, since you admit defeat, it's fine. From now on, you're not allowed to suppress Ling Xiao. If the three of us find out, you won't be able to stay in the Yuehua school anymore. The three elders were not fools. They could see that Ling Xiao was very talented in alchemy. Although he was not as good as Qing Mu now, it wouldn't be long before he became the best alchemist in the Yuehua school. There was no problem in abandoning Qing Mu for such a precious treasure. Elders, please understand. I didn't use any excuse to suppress Ling Xiao. Although Qing Mu was the vice hall master, his status and seniority couldn't be compared to the three elders, so his attitude was especially respectful. That's enough. We know what you did. We just didn't want to embarrass you. Aren't you going to reflect on yourself? One of the elders shouted coldly. Qing Mu's face instantly turned pale. He felt that he was too naive. He thought that no one knew what he did. Who would have thought that everyone knew what he did? They just didn't care about it because it was too small. I admit my mistake. Qing Mu lowered his head and said, It's not enough to admit your mistake. We have discussed your position as the vice hall master for the time being. If you perform well in the future, you can be promoted again. That's all. Chapter 292. After the alchemy duel, Qing Mu was removed from his position as Vice Hall Master, and the disciple who carried the materials was directly expelled from the Yuhua school. This punishment was not light. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about these things. He just wanted a quieter cultivation environment. Since the medicine hall had dealt with this matter fairly, he would not pursue it. However, because of this matter, Qing Mu had an extremely vicious idea in his heart. He couldn't do anything to Yang Danlin. He couldn't do anything to Lan Yuer. He couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao either. But dealing with Dai Yuling was a piece of cake. He didn't know where he heard that Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling were senior sister and junior brother, so he didn't hesitate to tempt them with spirit pills. He made Jin Ming, who was ranked 3rd in the outer sect, 5th in Tobashan, and 6th in Gong Yang Nu, agree to help him secretly. He couldn't do it himself because after this incident, he had been watched closely. However, Jin Ming, Tobashan, and Gong Yang Nu had a lot of time. These 3 half-step grandmasters wanted to break through to the transcendent realm, so they didn't care whether this was appropriate or not. Anyway, it was just dealing with a little girl. It was no big deal. Ling Xiao didn't know Qing Mu's plan. After the alchemy duel, he also received a reward. He could take away all the 20 high-ranked true elemental pills he refined. Although he refined them, the materials were from the sect, and they were very expensive. At the very least, it was not easy for him to gather them. So, this could be considered a generous gift. In order to celebrate the victory, Yang Danlin gave Ling Xiao a 3-day holiday. Of course, she said it was a holiday, but in fact, she gave him books on basic pharmacology and alchemy so that he could read them in his free time. Ling Xiao returned to his cave house and put the books aside first. He obtained 20 high-ranked true elemental pills, which were equivalent to the best quality true elemental pills. With these pills, it should be easy for him to break through again. He directly took 10 high-ranked true elemental pills in one breath. This time, the cultivation time was a little longer. It lasted for 7 days. Ling Xiao's cultivation had directly advanced to the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Next, he needed to accumulate strength and prepare to break through to the transcendent realm. However, the gap between the peak 9th layer martial vein and the transcendent realm was not so easy to cross. When one's strength accumulated to a certain extent, one could become a half-step master. If the peak of the 9th layer martial vein to the transcendent realm were divided into 10 stages, then a half-step grandmaster was equivalent to accumulating more than 90% of this strength. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, hadn't even reached 10% yet. Although Yang Danlin only gave him 3 days off, he had no choice but to cultivate in seclusion. He believed that old Hall Master Yang would understand. During the few days he was in seclusion, the other disciples in the sect also had their own encounters. After all, including the past 7 days, he had joined Yuehua school for almost a month. Many things would change over such a long period of time. Zhao Ji was the one with the highest cultivation from the beginning, so he was now a half-step master. Su Ying was slightly inferior. She was at the peak of the 9th layer martial vein and had accumulated about 60 to 70% of her strength. These two were the most talented, and their progress was the fastest. Zhao Xi was slightly inferior. She was only at the mid-9th layer martial vein. However, Dai Yuling's situation was special. Although her talent was not as good as Zhao Xi's, her cultivation method was special. She was currently at the mid-9th layer martial vein. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was absolutely unimaginable in the secular world. However, in the sect, this was nothing. After all, the 9th layer martial vein was just the beginning. Su Ying was currently a disciple of the flame deity. It was said that Ming Tian had pulled the strings. They were like-minded and regarded Ling Xiao as a thorn in their side. Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi were also disciples of an elder from the northern Han royal family. However, they were still considered outer disciples, similar to Ling Xiao's situation. Their cultivation speed was not slow, but Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was even more terrifying. However, Ling Xiao was still using the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. He did this because he did not want to attract the flame deity's attention. In any case, his cultivation was more or less enough in the outer sect. Unless he was against the top 3 disciples, he did not need to use the strength of the 9th layer martial vein. During this period of time, he did not deliberately cultivate the heavenly dragon golden body. In any case, he was still slowly absorbing the extraordinary body-shaping pill. Even if he did not deliberately cultivate, his physical fitness was still constantly changing. When he reached a certain level, he would naturally try to break through. All of this was within his calculations. He would not waste any time. After all, his time was very precious. He wondered how Cold Plum and Wu Xiang were doing. When Ling Xiao thought of his 2 friends, he sighed in his heart. Now, he could only wish for them to be safe and sound. In the sect, the competition was fierce. It was much more fierce than in the secular world. Even an outer disciple like Wu Xiang, who was ranked first from the bottom, would definitely be an expert in the secular world. But here, he was only at the bottom. This was only the situation of the outer sect. There were probably more geniuses and strong people in the inner sect. This point could be seen from Lan Yue. She was only 2 years older than him, but her cultivation was already at the 9th layer martial vein. This was simply unimaginable in the secular world. Mingtian, Su Ying, and Len Hao were now considered to have entered the inner sect. They could cultivate the martial arts of the inner sect disciples and receive guidance from stronger martial artists. This was definitely a huge advantage. He, Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, and Dai Yuling could be considered to be relatively lucky. Although they were still in the outer sect, they still received some benefits. However, this was not enough. As an outer sect disciple, even if you were to become a disciple of an elder, as long as the elder did not agree to let you enter the inner sect, you would still be an outer sect disciple and would not be able to cultivate the inner sect's martial arts. It wasn't without reason that Ling Xiao had always insisted on raising his cultivation base and prioritizing the improvement of his cultivation base. If you were one step behind others, you would be left far behind. Therefore, not only did he have to build a good foundation, he also had to try his best to catch up or even surpass his competitors. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive, let alone become strong. Others might feel that this was very contradictory. But Ling Zhao's situation was special. His cultivation broke through very quickly, but his foundation was already very solid. His true qi, physical fitness, and soul strength were already comparable to a transcendent realm cultivator. Therefore, he did not care about the negative effects of breaking through too quickly because this effect did not exist for him. After coming out of seclusion, Ling Xiao went to find Yang Danlin. "You little brat, I gave you 3 days off, but you actually went into seclusion for 7 days. Your cultivation still hasn't broken through. I really don't know what you are doing." Chapter 293. "Brother Yang, you made a mistake this time." The Yuan Venerate suddenly spoke. "Made a mistake?" Yang Danlin didn't understand. "This kid's cultivation has already broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, but I don't know what kind of special martial arts he cultivates, but he can hide his true cultivation. Even you can't see it. I only saw it because I have the eye of truth," the Yuan Venerate explained. Yang Danlin looked at Ling Xiao, her face filled with shock. "Master Senior, I hope that the 2 of you won't tell anyone about this. Disciple did this purely because he didn't want to attract the jealousy of others, especially since the flame deity has a grudge against my master, Master Baiyan. Therefore, I can only keep a low profile for now." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, we won't speak carelessly. However, Sky human-grade powerhouses generally possess special mystic abilities. Although mystic abilities like the Eye of Truth are very rare, we can't rule out the possibility of similar methods of seeing through your cultivation base," the Yuan Venerate reminded him. "Powerhouses of the heaven tier wouldn't pay attention to a nobody like me," Yifutian said. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that Yuan Venerate's words were true. However, he wasn't worried. Unless his cultivation base advanced to the transcendent grade, Yuan Venerate Demon Flame might pay attention to him. Otherwise, Yuan Venerate Demon Flame would have many other things to do. Why would he waste time observing a nobody like him? Furthermore, there was a 90% chance that the flame deity's ability wasn't something similar to the Eye of Truth. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I called you here today to give you this immemorial divine pill scripture. Yang Danlin took out a book and handed it to Ling Xiao. The book wasn't very thick, but it had clearly been created using a special sealing technique. If it was fully opened, it probably wouldn't be able to fit in a 500 square meter house. This is the lifetime work of our master, Yuan Venerate. I originally planned to pass it on to you after a few years, but your aptitude in medicine is simply astonishing. Therefore, I discussed it with Yuan Venerate Master and decided to pass it on to you as soon as possible. This way, you can achieve greater results on the path of alchemy as soon as possible. Ling Xiao carefully took the book. This was the lifetime work of a Yuan Venerate. Many thanks, Master. Many thanks, Senior. Ling Xiao bowed deeply and said solemnly, This book is not only your master's painstaking effort. In fact, when your master was young, he had taken many outstanding alchemists as his master. This book is the painstaking work of over 100 top-notch alchemists. Not only does it contain profound alchemy techniques, it also contains many unique insights. You must treasure it. Yuan Venerate reminded him. Master, don't worry. I will cherish it. Alright, the matter of refining pills ends here. Next, I will personally impart to you the art of refining formations. Yuan Venerate suddenly said. Method of refining formations? Ling Xiao was stunned. He had only heard that there were arrays in this world, and these arrays required some materials to be arranged. What was the method of refining arrays? He had heard of weapon refinement before. Yes, the art of refining formations. Yuan Venerate explained. You should know that weapons, defensive equipment, hidden weapons, and the like can be embedded with arrays to produce special effects, right? I have heard of this before. Ling Xiao nodded. The art of refining formations is to create all the arrays and arrays through refining methods and seal them in an array refining stone. When used, you only need to refine the array refining stone and the weapon together to produce special effects. Furthermore, if you want to set up an array, you can also use an array refining stone to do so. Yuan Venerate explained. The Yuan Venerate continued to explain. Therefore, the foundation of refining array formations is learning about arrays and array formations. However, I believe that this shouldn't be too difficult for you. Your photographic memory should allow you to easily remember almost all existing arrays and array formations, right? As long as you remember them, your master will personally impart to you the art of refining formations. Yang Danlin couldn't help but chide Ling Xiao when he saw how calm he was. You really don't know how amazing this is. This art of refining formations was learned by Yuan Venerate from the Immortal Court continent, the highest level of the mystic realm. There are many array refinement masters there, but your master is one of the most outstanding. This method doesn't even exist in the Sky Dragon continent. So amazing! That's natural. Refinement masters on the Sky Dragon continent can only carve inscriptions or embed special gems to enhance the effects of the weapons. However, this is only the most basic stage of art of refining formations in the Immortal Court continent. There is no technical content, and it is a waste of resources. Yuan Venerate explained. Do you understand now? Your disciple understands. Your disciple is willing to learn. Ling Xiao had actually been in a daze just now because he was guessing Yuan Venerate's identity. Not only was he a powerful alchemist, but he was also a powerful array refinement master. What exactly was his master's background? It's good that you understand. In the future you will still belong to the medicine hall. However, you can learn art of refining formations from your master in private. In order to let you know the benefits of art of refining formations better, you can go to the sex market and buy some array refining stones. Yuan Venerate said. Yuan Venerate explained. Master, didn't you say that art of refining formations didn't exist in the Sky Dragon continent? Why are there array refining stones? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Array refining stones are a relatively common gemstone in the Sky Dragon continent. Although they are considered relatively expensive, one low-grade spirit stone can buy 10 array refining stones. Because these stones don't have any attributes, they are generally used by martialists in the Sky Dragon continent to store quintessential origin stones. What a waste, Yuan Venerate explained. In the Sky Dragon continent, they are called quintessential storage stones. You can just buy low-grade quintessential storage stones. Alright, your disciple understands. However, senior, where is the Yuhua school's market? Ling Xiao had been at the Yuhua school for a month and had basically been walking around the outer sect and the medicine hall. He hadn't really gone anywhere else. Go find it yourself. Yang Danlin glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao chuckled, thinking that it was true. If he couldn't even find it in the sex trading market, how could he survive outside in the future? Yuan Venerate and Yang Danlin didn't give him any spirit stones to buy array refining stones. However, this wasn't a problem since he didn't need much anyway. If he could successfully refine an array, he only needed 1 array refining stone. Considering the possibility of failure, he planned to buy 10 array refining stones. They were only worth 1 low-grade spirit stone, so it wasn't much of a burden to him. By the time he reached the sect, spirit stones had already become the standard unit of currency, while silver and gold had become a relatively common resource. Spirit stones were also used for refining pills, medicines, and equipment. However, they weren't as valuable as they were in the secular world. In the sect world, tens of millions of silver could only be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Gold was slightly more valuable, but 100,000 gold could only be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Chapter 294. Generally, people wouldn't tease you for something as trivial as asking for directions. So, Ling Xiao quickly found the way to the trading market. This trading market was generally a place for internal transactions in the Yuhua school. Of course, sometimes there were outsiders, but that was a special case. The moment he arrived at the trading market, Ling Xiao was very surprised. An outer sect disciple like him, even a half-step grandmaster, was only doing menial work here. Those who could take out spirit stones to buy things were mostly inner sect disciples, and they were all above the transcendent realm. He used to think that there were too few masters in the Yuhua school, but when he came here, he understood that he was really a frog in a well. In this place, one would be able to meet 8th or 9th layer transcendental realm disciples, vice hall masters, elders, and other experts just by casually walking around. Fortunately, it was not allowed to casually release one's aura here, otherwise, Ling Xiao probably wouldn't be able to stay here, and those outer sect disciples who were working here would faint one by one. Was he an ant? Ling Xiao smiled. He admitted that he was indeed an ant now. But it didn't matter, who didn't start out as an ant? So what if he was in the transcendent realm? So what if he was in the heaven realm? He believed that he would be able to reach it soon. Of course, seeing this scene, Ling Xiao's desire to improve his cultivation became even stronger, and his determination to cultivate became even more firm. Especially those 9th heavenly layer transcendent realm and heaven realm masters who could casually take out high-rank spirit stones to trade, he was really envious. The trading market was actually not much different from a market in the secular world. It was mainly divided into 2 types, stalls and shops. As long as you paid a certain amount of rent, you could sell things here. Of course, the rent could only be spirit stones, and it had to be paid to the person in charge of the trading market. Although the person in charge was only at the 9th heavenly layer, he had a lot of power. Ling Xiao walked around for a while and found that although this was only an internal market of the sect, there was a very wide range of goods. There were fresh vegetables, fruits, meat, and so on from the secular world, which could be bought with silver or gold. There were also vegetables and fruits that were rich in spiritual energy planted by the sect, as well as the meat of spirit beasts bred by the sect. Of course, this could only be purchased with spirit stones. Not only was it delicious, but it was also very helpful for practicing martial arts. There were also various weapons refined by the armament hall, various pills refined by the medicine hall, and some materials for refining weapons and pills. Of course, there were also some secret martial arts manuals that were allowed to be traded in the sect. These secret martial arts manuals were relatively common and were very common outside, but their grades were not low. There were quasi-gold grade martial arts and even entry-level gold grade martial arts. However, the price was a little too high. Anyway, Ling Xiao really couldn't afford it for the time being. Of course, he found a good way to make money. The prices of alchemy materials here were relatively cheap, but the prices of medicinal pills were almost all very high. He did a rough calculation and found that the difference was almost 10 times. For example, if he were to refine a high-grade true elemental Dan, all the materials would only cost 10 low-grade spirit stones, but the refined high-grade true elemental Dan would cost 100 low-grade spirit stones. Even so, this thing was still often out of stock. As for the low-grade yellow-grade spirit Dan, extraordinary body-shaping Dan, it was worth more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao was considered to have a lot of spirit stones among the outer sect disciples, but now, he only had 300 low-grade spirit stones. He couldn't even afford such a medicinal pill. Moreover, the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was just the price. Some people, in order to compete for this thing, bid 30 to 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. Currently, Ling Xiao was still unable to refine high-grade Dan. However, even if it was a low-grade true elemental Dan, it was still very valuable. He thought about it. This was really a very good way to make a fortune. No wonder others said that there were two kinds of people who were the richest in the sect. One was the alchemist. The other was the refiner. He first spent 1 low-grade spirit stone to buy 10 refining array stones, then used the remaining 300 low-grade spirit stones to buy the materials for refining high-grade true elemental Dan. In this way, refining 30 high-grade true elemental Dan shouldn't be a problem. In any case, his success rate was 100%. As long as no one disturbed him, he basically wouldn't fail, so there was no problem of wasting materials. He didn't need to buy the spiritual charcoal or the pill furnace. In any case, he was a disciple of a Yuan Venerate, so borrowing the spiritual charcoal and pill furnace from the medicine hall wasn't a problem at all. It was said that the spiritual charcoal could only be used to refine low-grade medicinal pills. If he wanted to refine a better high-grade medicinal pill, he would have to use better fuel. Of course, this wasn't something Ling Xiao needed to consider for the time being. It was enough for him to refine low-grade medicinal pills. The so-called high-grade medicinal pills were actually just 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each grade was divided into 5 smaller grades: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, top grade, and transcendent grade. Low-grade medicinal pills were also divided into 5 grades. The high-grade true elemental Dan belonged to the transcendent grade of the low grade, which was considered pretty good. At the very least, it was considered a top-grade medicinal pill in the secular world. Even in the sect, it was an excellent medicinal pill for outer sect disciples. Even experts in the first 3 levels of the transcendent realm needed this relatively cheap medicinal pill to replenish their true essence. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to sell it. In addition, he spent all the silver he had on him and bought some materials to refine the martial vein body sculpting pill. He roughly calculated that he could refine about 10 pills. The martial vein body shaping pill was also a low-grade transcendent grade medicinal pill. It had the same effect as the transcendent body shaping pill, but its effect was much worse. Furthermore, it could only be used by martial vein realm martialists. The selling price of this medicinal pill was about 100 low-grade spirit stones, but the purchase of materials was a little cheaper than the materials for the high-grade true elemental Dan. The cost of materials for 1 pill was only 8 low-grade spirit stones. After buying the items, Ling Xiao turned and left. Although he wanted to stay here for a little longer, it didn't make much sense. It would just be a waste of time. Ling Xiao! Who would have thought that as soon as he walked out of the trading market, he would hear someone calling him. He looked up and saw that it was Suing, who hadn't shown her face in the outer sect for a long time. Suing was accompanied by another person, Ming Tian. At this time, both of their clothes were obviously embroidered with the insignia that only inner sect disciples were qualified to wear. It was too obvious. Suing, I haven't congratulated you yet. You've actually hugged the flame deity's thigh. It seems that your cultivation has also improved a lot. Ling Xiao ignored Ming Tian and looked at Suing indifferently. Bah, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. What a nasty mouth. Suing scolded. By the way, you're just an outer sect disciple. What are you doing in the trading market? Could it be that you're no longer working in the medicine hall, so you came to the trading market to look for work? Chapter 295. Haha, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. This one was ordered by Old Hall Master Yang to come to the exchange market to buy some things. Thank you for your concern, I'm living quite well in the medicine hall. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Junior brother Ling, is Baiyun well? Ming Tian suddenly asked. This is? Ling Xiao deliberately pretended to be confused. He really despised Ming Tian's character. Although this person's talent was amazing, the things he had done that day still made him feel disgusted. Haha, it seems junior brother Ling is still angry about what happened that day. As Ming Tian spoke, he suddenly released his aura and a terrifying pressure directly swept towards Ling Xiao. First layer transcendent realm. Ling Xiao was taken aback. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he understood. Ming Tian's aptitude was originally good, and with the flame deity's cultivation, it was normal for him to break through to the first layer transcendent realm. After all, Ming Tian's cultivation in the secular world was much higher than Ling Xiao's. He's about to break through to the second layer. Suing interjected. Now you understand why Ming Tian abandoned old man Baiyun. Following that guy has no future. Humph, if he just chose to leave, I could understand, but he shouldn't have attacked Master Baiyun. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and circulated his mountain and river martial spirit, instantly dispersing Ming Tian's terrifying aura. Wanting to suppress him with just one's aura was not an easy task. The strong are respected, there's nothing much to say. If you see Baiyun again, tell him for me that he shouldn't think about being enemies with Master Devil Flame. If Master Devil Flame wants to kill him, it'll be like crushing an ant. Ming Tian said coldly. Not being able to suppress Ling Xiao with his aura surprised him a little, but the gap in cultivation allowed him to calm down and look at Ling Xiao condescendingly. You'd better tell him yourself. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I don't have that much free time. You want to cultivate? You only have a treasure body, so what if you work hard? In the past, your cultivation was much weaker than mine. Now, not only has the gap not been closed, it has become even wider. Don't you feel despair? Ming Tian said with a hint of mockery. Hee, maybe, but you better run faster, or I'll catch up to you soon. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ming Tian used to be very arrogant, and now that he had become the flame deity's disciple and had broken through to the transcendent realm, it was normal for him to be even more arrogant than before. Ha ha ha, then I'll wait. Ming Tian laughed and said to Suing, Junior sister, let's go. Suing turned around and glared at Ling Xiao. You can't even catch up with me now, and you want to catch up with senior brother Ming Tian? You're overestimating yourself. Really? Ling Xiao smiled as he watched the two of them leave. Don't worry, your senior brother Ming Tian will be trampled under my feet very soon. When they returned to the medicine hall, Ling Xiao handed the array refining stone to the Yuan Venerate. The Yuan Venerate gave him a few books, Array Basics, Array Applications, and Array Material Science. Take them back and read them first. Look for me after you're done. The Yuan Venerate fell into a deep sleep after saying that. He obviously couldn't stay awake for too long. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Ling Xiao took the books and returned to his cave abode. Of course, before he left, he took a pill furnace and some spiritual charcoal from the medicine hall. As long as Yang Danlin nodded, no one would dare say anything about such a small matter. After returning to his cave abode, he split into 2 clones. One of them studied the immemorial divine pill scripture, while the other studied the basic books that the Yuan Venerate had given him. His main body began to refine pills. He didn't even tell Yang Danlin and the Yuan Venerate about the shadow cultivation secret technique. In this world, no matter who it was, one couldn't trust someone completely. Even Yang Danlin and the Yuan Venerate were the same. After all, people would change. Once they found out that Ling Xiao possessed a mountain river martial soul, they would become completely different people. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. This was something that Hong Qi had told him before, and he had always kept it in mind. After grinding and processing the materials, Ling Xiao began to refine the life pills. It could be said that refining pills to make money was a common thing for other alchemists. However, this was just the beginning for him. He had to be careful. Even if it was just an unrated pill, he couldn't be the slightest bit careless. The refining process of the life pills also required precise calculations. This included the weight of each ingredient, the humidity of the life pills, the degree of flexibility, and so on. Everything had to be precise down to the millimeter. Even the slightest mistake could destroy a furnace of pills. After the life pills were refined, it was time to ignite them. Without the previous trouble, the lighting of the spiritual charcoal became a lot easier. Relying on the exquisite operation of the soul imprint state, the lighting of the furnace, which might have been a frequent failure for others, was a 100% success rate for him. The control of the fire after the ignition was the key. This was also the 3rd step of refining pills and was the most important. This wasn't the first time he had refined a high-grade true elemental pill, so he was familiar with the process and could easily handle it. Furthermore, the pills that came out of the furnace were absolutely perfect. However, the martial vein body shaping pill was a little more difficult. This was because he had only seen this pill in a book. He had never refined it before, nor had he seen Yang Danlin or Lan Yue refine it. He hadn't even let his martial soul avatar simulate the refinement. This was purely his first time. He could let his martial soul avatar simulate the refinement a few times before starting to refine the martial vein body shaping pill himself. However, he didn't do that. This was because he believed in his control ability. This was just an unrated pill. If he still needed to simulate the refinement of such a pill repeatedly, it could only mean that his technique wasn't perfect. The spiritual charcoal had been ignited. The flame flickered, reflecting the cast of the brass pill furnace. This pill furnace was naturally very particular. Even an unrated pill had to be refined with a common grade artifact. Only those common medicines and pills used by secular martial artists could be refined with an ordinary pill furnace. The pill furnace that Ling Xiao borrowed from Yang Danlin was a common grade artifact pill furnace. Yang Danlin said that he had a better pill furnace, but he wouldn't give it to Ling Xiao for free. Unless Ling Xiao's alchemy level improved further, as long as he could refine low-grade Huang-grade spirit pills, he would give him a fine-grade artifact pill furnace. A fine-grade artifact pill furnace could refine low-grade and mid-grade Huang-grade spirit pills. It was definitely a good thing. If Ling Xiao improved again, he would naturally get a better one. Ling Xiao knew that Yang Danlin was deliberately giving him pressure and motivation. If he didn't have this motivation, he was afraid that he wouldn't be so diligent. This time, Ling Xiao still mixed in some black fierce beast flames, not to evaporate the water, but to shorten the time needed to refine the pill. Chapter 296. The martial vein body sculpting pill's flame requirements were still quite different from that of the high-grade true elemental Dan. The former required a large fire to refine, but during the process, one had to suddenly choose to extinguish the fire. If it was described as a wavy line, the flame waves of this martial vein body sculpting pill were the kind of big ups and downs, showing a sharp shape without any arc. On the other hand, the high-grade true elemental Dan was basically a very smooth arc. Whether it was the rise or fall of the flame, it was relatively stable. It wasn't easy to master two completely different ways of controlling fire. But this was only for others. For Ling Xiao, this was really not a problem. In the state of entering the soul, the flame was like his arm, which could be completely controlled. Whether it was the size or the temperature, it could be done to the best. If there was no problem in controlling the fire, the rest would be simple. The next thing he needed was to wait. After about a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao opened the lid of the pill furnace. If it was someone else, it would take at least an hour. This was his advantage. However, after all, it was his first time refining the Martial Vein body sculpting pill. There was still a trace of nervousness in his heart, just by looking at the beads of sweat on his forehead. The moment the pill furnace was opened, 10 golden lights broke through the air, and 10 Martial Vein body sculpting pills that exuded golden light appeared in front of him. When each kind of medicinal pill was formed, strange lines would appear on it. And this kind of lines was the best way to judge the type of medicinal pill. This could not be faked, and even the most excellent alchemist did not understand the reason for the formation of lines, and could only regard it as some kind of opportunity between heaven and earth. The first time refining the Martial Vein body sculpting pill, the success rate was still 100%, but the perfection level was slightly worse than the high-grade true elemental Dan. 5 of them were 100% perfect, 4 were 90% perfect, and 1 was only 80% perfect. If it was someone else, at this level, they would have jumped up and cheered. However, Ling Xiao was not satisfied. He sat there and carefully recalled the things he had done during the alchemy process, hoping to find the problem. In this way, the next time he refined, these problems could be corrected. In the end, he discovered that the crux of the problem was his nervousness. When he opened the furnace, his hand trembled slightly, causing the opening of the furnace to be slightly delayed. It was just this small problem, but it caused a flaw to appear in the originally perfect medicinal pill. If an unrated pill couldn't be perfected in one go, then how could he dare to think about refining a high-grade pill? Ling Xiao was constantly reflecting on himself, hammering himself. His requirements for himself were terrifyingly strict. He knew very well that he was different from others. He had the mountain river martial spirit, so he should be more outstanding than others. If he was inferior to others in any aspect, then it would be a waste of the mountain river martial spirit's powerful existence. 30 high-grade true elemental dawn of 100% perfection, one could sell for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. An ordinary high-grade true elemental Dan could only be sold for 100 low-grade spirit stones. This was the disparity. If one's skills were good, they would earn more. This was a principle that alchemists understood very well. The other 5 Martial Vein body sculpting dawn of 100% perfection were also sold for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The remaining 5 could only be sold for 900 low-grade spirit stones and 800 low-grade spirit stones. If he calculated it like this time he had really earned a lot. A total of 300 low-grade spirit stones, plus the silver that could be exchanged for less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. This was all his cost. And these refined dawn were worth close to 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was too cool. He could go to the trading market and buy 4 low-grade yellow-grade transcendent body sculpting dawn. This was an alchemist. As long as one's skills were good, they would never be short of spirit stones. When the 2 types of dawn were finished refining, he recalled his 2 doppelgangers. The contents of the eternal divine pill scripture had been completely integrated into his soul, and he had even understood the relatively simple parts. However, this book was a bit too profound. Many of the contents were obscure and difficult to understand. It was impossible for him to understand it in a short period of time by himself. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. He could slowly understand it, slowly comprehend it. Alchemy was a lifelong thing, and this kind of thing couldn't be done overnight. Furthermore, he had also memorized all the books about arrays that the Yuan Venerate had given him. These were the basics, so understanding them was relatively easy. There was no need for him to read them a second time. nor did he need to ask anyone else. While reading these books about arrays and formations, Ling Xiao comprehended some things. He realized that his comprehension of the bronze sword control technique seemed to have become more profound. This time, he didn't have time to cultivate, but he had actually comprehended the 9th level to the Great Circle Realm. The reason was simple. The last 3 levels of the bronze sword control technique were basically related to array formations. He hadn't been able to comprehend them previously, purely because he didn't know anything about array formations and arrays. Now that he had read the books that the Yuan Venerate had given him, his mind was completely clear. After cultivating this set of sword control techniques to the Great Circle Realm, one would automatically learn a set of sword formations called the Big Dipper Sword Formation. However, it required at least 36 flying swords. His clear wind sword was already useless, so he now had another goal, which was to obtain at least 36 treasure-grade flying swords. It was also possible to forge them himself. However, he didn't have that kind of standard at the moment. The blacksmiths in the Mountain River realm could only forge fine treasure-grade weapons at most. They really couldn't do anything higher. Therefore, his idea was to forge 36 fine treasure-grade flying swords first. When he obtained the remaining treasure-grade flying swords in the future, he would use smelting stones to smelt them. In any case, smelting stones could be bought at the market. The price was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per smelting stone. Although it was a little expensive, it didn't seem like much to an alchemist like him. After this idea came to mind, he began to let his martial soul avatar help forge the flying swords. This process would probably take some time. Ling Xiao saw that it was still early, so he simply calmed down and took out the God Seal Catalog to comprehend it. He had always felt that the God Seal Catalog was very impressive. It was all-encompassing, including alchemy, weapon forging, array formations, refining arrays, martial arts, magical abilities, and so on. Although his current cultivation was too low, and he could only comprehend some low-level profound meanings, he still gained a lot by comprehending it once a day. Some things might not be useful today, but they might not be in the future. In the God Seal Catalog, there were many profound meanings related to movement techniques. Ancient martial artists were almost omnipotent when it came to flying. Ling Xiao couldn't comprehend those abilities, but through comprehending the profound meanings of these movement techniques, his Cloud Dragon Divine Travel finally entered the transformative realm, after a period of stagnation. Regardless of whether it was his speed or the time he could float in the air, they were all much better than before. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.